Chapter 214. Heavenly Sun-Piercing Sky, the strongest move of the Heavenly Sun Sword Art. Although Duan Shui Lu had released it in a hurry and had not reached his highest level, because he had leaped high, he had completely enveloped Chen Hao and locked him under the sword momentum, causing the effect of his attack to be even stronger. I'm afraid this Chen Hao is going to lose. He only knows how to blindly attack. He's too arrogant. On the rostrum, the third elder, Meng Xiangang, sat there calmly. He had a faint smile on his face as he spoke softly. First elder Wu Zichuan frowned slightly, but did not say anything. He just stared at the arena nervously. At this moment, even Dongfang Ting, Tan Tai Lian, and other people who were familiar with Chen Hao looked worried. Only Yi Feishue and the dozen disciples who had entered the Sky Wolf Demon area with Chen Hao still looked calm. No one knew better than them how terrifying Chen Hao's battle strength was. Although Duan Shuelio's move was powerful, it was far from enough to make Chen Hao flinch. Lose. Duan Shuelu, who had leaped high, shouted coldly after launching a sword attack that was condensed with all his energy. At this moment, Chen Hao's expression did not change at all. He changed the finger-guessing game into a palm, and drew a circle in front of him in a strange way. In an instant, an extremely condensed energy ball was condensed between his palms, which was emitting a crystal light. He withdrew his power and suddenly shot it at Duan Shuelu, who was diagonally above him. The strong and bright crystal light seemed to have completely materialized, and soared into the sky. Boom! The ball collided with the sword light, and the terrifying energy made the whole mountain tremble violently. Hiss! Chen Hao's body seemed to have solidified into a statue and did not move at all. However, his feet, which were stepping on the ground, emitted a hiss and drew 2 deep gullies. He retreated 100 feet before finally stopping. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. His appearance was calm. However, Duan Shuelu was like a kite with a broken string, tumbling in the void for hundreds of feet before falling to the ground. He was in a sorry state, and a wisp of blood had already spurted out. You! Duan Shuelu got up awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, he spat out another mouthful of blood and staggered. Seeing this scene, the referee directly appeared between the two and announced loudly, Chen Hao wins. Duan Shuelu retreats to the challenger group. Voila! At this moment, the whole arena area burst into a fierce uproar. Especially those disciples who originally thought that Chen Hao was just playing around, their mouths were directly sealed by Chen Hao's powerful strength. Although Duan Shuelu was ranked 10th among the senior disciples, he was only ranked 10th because he was pushed down by the disciples in front of him. His true strength didn't necessarily mean that he was ranked 10th. Even though he had returned to the challenge department, many people who knew Duan Shuelu well believed that he still had the ability to challenge others. In the end, he might even be able to enter the top 10. But Chen Hao was actually so simple. He didn't even use a weapon, and easily won with his terrifying and powerful fist and palm techniques. Whoosh! 2 old men flew to Chen Hao and Duan Shuelu as fast as lightning. After every battle, there would be spiritual pills and help from experts. As long as the injuries were not serious, they would be able to recover to their peak state in a short time. This was also the key to ensuring the fairness of the challenge. Duan Shuelu, who was injured by the rebound, would naturally not refuse. He did not need the help of experts to recover. However, after Chen Hao took the spiritual pills from the old man, he refused the old man's help to recover. This surprised the crowd again. What kind of combat strength was this? At least the disciples below the martial god realm felt that it was unfathomable. The performance just now was far from Chen Hao's limit. In fact, Chen Hao had consumed a lot of energy. However, under the suppression of the mysterious talisman, the situation in his dantian could not be sensed by anyone. However, it would be hard to say if the old man helped him recover. Therefore, he could not let the old man help him. Besides, with the spiritual pills provided by the old man, Chen Hao could recover in a short time with his abnormal recovery ability. He did not need the old man's help. A rank 1 martial god is this strong? Impossible. Even if I were a rank 1 martial god, it would still be impossible for me to possess such battle prowess. He must have practiced some sort of secret technique that can change his aura. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to not be able to detect his cultivation after he concealed his aura. Very good. Only then is he worthy of my battle. Yi Wendao thought to himself as he stared at Chen Hao, who had reached the 10th place. His battle intent immediately rose because of Chen Hao's unexpected performance. Wendao. Just as Yi Wendao was about to stand up, the third elder Meng Sigong's voice suddenly sounded, "Challenge the 9th place first." After eliminating all the challengers and confirming that you are in the top 10, you can challenge Chen Hao. This kid's combat strength is unfathomable. He must have a trump card that he has not revealed yet. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Listen to me. Is that so? That's good. Since that's the case, I'll have a duel with him in the top 10 ranking battle. Yi Wendao said with a slight frown. He was not afraid of Chen Hao. Instead, he felt that it would be more fun to have a duel later. Whoosh! I challenge the 9th place, Li Yang. Yi Wendao's calm voice astonished the crowd. Chen Hao challenged the 10th place to replace him, while he challenged the 9th place, but avoided Chen Hao. Could it be that he was afraid of Chen Hao? Otherwise, he would have challenged Chen Hao or challenged the top few rankers. That would have been more in line with Yi Wendao's wild character. However, when Yi Wendao flew into the arena, he suddenly looked at Chen Hao with a provocative gaze. It made the crowd understand that this was not the case. Such a powerful aura. This aura, I'm afraid he has already comprehended the barrier to the Xiantian realm. Definitely, as expected of the outer disciples number 1 genius, what a monster. The instant Yi Wendao stepped into the arena and unleashed his power, the incomparably sharp aura and pressure that contained the power to tear apart the sky and destroy the sun and moon shocked the entire arena. Powerful. This Yi Wendao is actually so powerful. He already has the faint aura of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. If Chen Hao were to encounter him, he would only have a 20% chance of winning. Yi Feishue frowned and thought to herself after sensing Yi Wendao's aura. Yi Wendao was not only known by Yi Feishue, but also by the entire star-picking sect. He was the most dazzling existence among the outer disciples. Half a year ago, when he was only a 5th-grade martial saint, he was already a super genius who defeated a 9th-grade martial saint. And now, half a year later, he had already advanced to a 9th-grade martial god. Furthermore, he had comprehended the barrier and was half a step into the Golden Core realm. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to do that just by relying on cultivation alone. He was definitely the same as Chen Hao, possessing an extremely powerful concealment ability. Chen Hao did not mention the matter regarding Ito Tai's nascent soul, and Yi Feishue did not ask. However, this did not mean that Yi Feishue was not curious. It was just that this involved one's privacy and it was not appropriate for her to ask. Every cultivator had their own secrets. Chen Hao also felt a huge threat and challenge from Yi Wendao's gaze. In addition, Elder Wu had specifically instructed him when he had just returned. Chen Hao knew that a confrontation between him and Yi Wendao was inevitable. It could be seen from Yi Wendao's intention of challenging the 9th rank. Chen Hao has met a strong opponent, Leng Yihan, who was sitting with Yang Fan, Li Yifeng, and Ni Jianping, felt Yi Wendao's aura. His eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness as the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He is indeed very strong. Leng Yihan, do you think he is stronger or Chen Hao is stronger? In terms of pure energy and aura, Yi Wendao is naturally stronger. However, Chen Hao's chances of winning should be around 50%, Lang Yihan said after frowning slightly and muttering to himself. Compared to Yi Feishue, although Lang Yihan had not seen Chen Hao's recent battles, he had absolute confidence in his judgment. Li Yang frowned deeply. Just from Yi Wendao's aura, he already knew that he had lost. However, it was too shameful to give up without a fight. After forcing himself to fight, he was cleanly sent flying by Yi Wendao's palm. He could not resist at all. Yi Wendao's victory pushed Chen Hao out of the top 10, returning him to the list of challengers. Immediately after, the challengers who had been pushed out of the top 10 began to challenge again. The first challenger naturally did not dare to challenge Yi Wendao. However, he did not challenge Li Yang either. Otherwise, the challengers behind him could easily push him out of the top 10. Moreover, after reaching the 10th rank, there might be more challengers. There were a total of 6 challengers in front of Chen Hao, including Duan Shuilu, who had been defeated by Chen Hao. The 6 battles ended quickly. Only 2 challengers succeeded. 4 challengers were eliminated again. Li Yang and Yi Wendao were pushed out. Once again, they entered the challengers' area. At this moment, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Chen Hao. He will challenge the first. Lang Yihan smiled slightly and said softly. I challenge senior brother Li Long. Chen Hao said in a clear voice as he flew towards the arena. TSK TSK. Lang Yihan, you and Chen Hao are really telepathic. Li Yifeng looked at Lang Yihan in surprise. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he carefully observed the changes in Lang Yihan's expression. How accurate, Yang Fan said. Indeed, Ni Jianpain said with a smile. Lang Yihan's lips curled up slightly. He did not realize that the 3 of them were looking at him strangely. Instead, he said with a little pride, it would be strange if he could hold back in the face of provocation. He got first place directly. When it's Yi Wendao's turn to challenge him again, he will definitely challenge him. I didn't expect that there would be someone like Yi Wendao in your star-picking outer sect. If I had known, I would have joined in the fun. Lang Yihan's words made Li Yifeng and the other 2's expressions become extremely strange. They quickly turned to look at the arena. They did not speak again. Chen Hao was right. This guy, not only does he like men, he is also a playboy. He seems to like super geniuses, Li Yifeng thought to himself. Yang Fan and Ni Jianpain also felt the same. After all, Chen Hao had said in front of them that Lang Yihan was strange in some ways. Although he did not say it explicitly, Tan Tai Lian understood. How could the 3 of them not understand? Second update. Requesting monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 215. Chen Hao actually dares to challenge senior brother Li Long. This is going to be interesting, I'm really looking forward to it. Senior brother Li Long has dominated the advanced disciples for half a year, and no one has been able to shake his position of number 1. Until now, no one has dared to challenge him. It is said that 1 month ago, senior brother Li Long comprehended sword intent and became a true sword artist, sword god. Yeah, if that's not the case, how could no one challenge him? Let's wait and see. This Chen Hao is also unfathomable. He's only a rank 1 martial god, yet his battle strength is already so strong. With the addition of Yi Wendao, who seems to be even stronger, the battle between the 3 of them will definitely be extremely exciting. If there's no surprise, the top 3 of the advanced disciples will be these 3. That's right. Chen Hao lost in terms of cultivation, so he'll most likely be ranked 3rd. Although senior brother Li Long has comprehended sword intent, compared to Yi Wendao's monstrous talent, he's still inferior. Senior brother Li Long should be ranked 2nd. If there's no surprise, Yi Wendao will undoubtedly be ranked 1st. His aura is too terrifying. Even though Chen Hao's terrifying battle strength had received everyone's acknowledgement in the previous battle. However, Due to the limitation of his cultivation, the majority of the people were still not optimistic about Chen Hao's chances. After all, before Li Long had comprehended sword intent, he had already dominated the advanced disciples. As for how strong his current strength was, no one could guess. However, at least one thing was certain. After comprehending sword intent, he was definitely many times stronger than before. Even if he were to defeat Yi Wendao, it would not be surprising. Very good. Yi Wendao squinted his eyes and said indifferently. Among the advanced disciples, the one who posed the greatest threat to him was Li Long, who was high and unpopular among the advanced disciples. He was also the one he really wanted to challenge. As for Chen Hao, it was completely unexpected. Before Chen Hao's battle, Yi Wendao did not even take Chen Hao seriously. And now, after seeing the two opponents that made his battle intent soar, colliding with each other in advance, Yi Wendao's gaze became even more fiery. Whoosh! While the crowd was discussing, Li Long slowly stood up. Two sharp and disdainful sword glints flashed across his eyes. With a flicker, he appeared in the center of the arena. Unleash your true strength. Hiding your head and showing your tail will only restrict your improvement. Yi Zichen said. A true genius should have a body like a sword, a heart like a sword, and walk like a sword. Following one's heart in nature, the sword pointed to the heavens. Li Long stood proudly. His figure was as straight as a sword, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. His entire being gave off the feeling of a sharp sword. His words seemed to be filled with disdain for Chen Hao, but it was filled with righteousness. It was more like a reminder, and it did not cause disgust. Chen Hao cupped his fists and said, Senior brother Li Long is right, but that is your sword Dao, not mine. As for me, I don't have the ability to conceal my cultivation. Really? Then let's cut the crap and attack. Li Long frowned slightly as he stared at Chen Hao. His gaze clearly carried a trace of suspicion and disdain. He absolutely did not believe that Chen Hao did not conceal his cultivation. As he spoke, his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and the aura around him suddenly soared. Strands of peerlessly fierce sword intent gushed out, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that pointed straight to the sky. He hadn't even made a move, yet the peerlessly fierce sword force had already suffused out and swept through the entire arena. Even in the arena area outside the barrier, everyone could feel the terrifying aura of the sword aura. Clang! Clang! The sound of two treasured swords being unsheathed rang out at the same time. Unlike Li Long, Chen Hao's aura not only did not soar, but instead became illusory and fleeting. His figure was fleeting, and his sword aura was fleeting. It was soft and gentle, like catkins in the wind. It fluttered in Li Long's sword aura, changing in a myriad of ways. He was like a ghost, unaffected and unpredictable. Flowing cloud sword technique. Sensing Chen Hao's aura, Li Long's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the eyes of the entire arena area, including the big shots on the rostrum, flashed with a hint of surprise. This aura was the flowing cloud sword technique, the basic cultivation technique of the star-picking outer sect disciples. However, this was not what surprised everyone. What surprised everyone was that Chen Hao was able to display the sword aura of the flowing cloud sword technique to such a level. This was definitely an aura that could only appear after he had truly comprehended the supreme profound of the flowing cloud sword technique. In addition, what shocked everyone was that Chen Hao's footwork, movement, and posture were obviously not related to the flowing cloud sword technique. It was as if he had integrated the profound of the flowing cloud sword technique into another sword skill. Sword breaking all directions. Bang! Li Long, whose aura had condensed to the peak, took a step forward. Two resplendent lights bloomed under his feet, and two deep pits appeared on the ground. His entire person was like a treasured sword that tore through the void. He and his sword became one, and merged with the spatial law. A distance of several hundred feet was crossed in an instant. Accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, a sword as fast as lightning broke through the air, transforming into 8 sharp sword lights that slashed towards the erratic Chen Hao. Chi 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 chi. Rumble. Every single one of the 8 sword lights seemed to have passed through Chen Hao's erratic figure, but no energy collision occurred. They all fell into the air, leaving behind 8 deep trenches that were several hundred feet long on the ground. On the other hand, the low-grade spirit sword in Chen Hao's hand that every outer court disciple possessed had already pierced towards Li Long's chest like a bolt of lightning. "Come at me!" Li Long shouted loudly and wasn't surprised in the slightest. The sword breaking all directions was originally meant to lock down the erratic Chen Hao, making it impossible for Chen Hao to avoid a head-on battle with him. Because even his sword move was unable to lock onto Chen Hao's ever-changing position. He could only rely on his valiant cultivation to force Chen Hao to the position he wanted. And he had done it. Ding ding ding. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the dense sound of swords clashing resounded throughout the entire arena area. Among the outer court disciples, apart from Yi Wendao and a few others who had some kind of talent who could still catch the movements of the two, almost all the disciples felt their vision blur. They simply couldn't see clearly how many times the two had exchanged blows in an instant. The dense sounds of metal clashing against metal seemed to have become one continuous sound, accompanied by the explosion caused by the scattered sword light. It was extremely terrifying. What a fast sword! What exquisite sword moves! The important figures on the rostrum couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Li Long, who had comprehended sword intent, maintained the unity of man and sword from beginning to end. His attacks were extremely fast and extremely dangerous. But, Chen Hao, who wasn't a swordsman, made the experts who could see clearly even more shocked. He didn't have the unity of man and sword, but he gave people a feeling that his sword was a sword, his hands were a sword, and his feet were a sword. There was no part of his body that wasn't a sword. Every move was a sword. Moreover, every move of his was an attack, aimed directly at a vital point, without the slightest bit of defense. Without comprehending sword intent, he wasn't a swordsman, but he seemed to be an existence above the sword. Without any moves, he was lonely and untamed, as lonely as snow. It seemed to be a stalemate, with neither side able to do anything to the other. Gradually, some experts began to realize that, purely in the clash of sword techniques, Li Long, the genius swordsman, was completely suppressed. It was as if every move was under the control of Chen Hao, and every move was within Chen Hao's calculations. If not for Chen Hao's strength being at a disadvantage, the outcome would have already been decided. His progress is actually so fast. It seems that if I continue to be idle, I'll be surpassed by him, Lang Yihan muttered to himself as he stared at Chen Hao and Li Long, who were alternately flying in the air and landing on the ground. His fierce gaze and pupils gradually contracted. At this very moment, facing Chen Hao, whose cultivation completely surpassed his own, he still had the confidence to fight to a draw. Of course, this kind of draw was built on the basis that he was avoiding the battle. In reality, because of the difference in cultivation, his battle strength was already far from being comparable to Chen Hao's. However, if he were to raise his cultivation to Chen Hao's current level, he would have a 60% chance of victory. If he wanted to truly fight to a draw, it would be very simple. His sword technique is indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, his strength is far from mine, and I won't be restrained by him. If this Li Long only has this bit of ability, there's no challenge at all. At the same time, Yi Wendao's face shone with pride as he thought disdainfully in his heart. He directly erased Li Long from his mind. As someone who specialized in the Tao of killing and poking, he was very disdainful of Li Long, who had been forced to defend everywhere by Chen Hao and had basically stopped attacking. In battle, there was only victory in defeat, life and death. As long as this goal was achieved, any price could be paid. But Li Long clearly didn't have this kind of resolve. Break for me. Just at that moment, Li Long abruptly shouted loudly. He pushed his power to the peak and poured it into the block. The berserk power immediately had an effect. It forced the weaker Chen Hao to explosively retreat several feet. Seizing this instant, Li Long also explosively retreated. Although he was unwilling and didn't want to admit it, in terms of sword technique, he had already lost to Chen Hao. This was already a humiliation to him. However, in order to win the competition, he had to do this. A dazzling golden light suddenly rose from his body. At this moment, Li Long's exposed skin seemed to be covered in a layer of gold, turning him into a golden man. The Undying Vajra technique? Immediately, waves of exclamations erupted from the crowd. The Undying Vajra technique was the most powerful physical technique in the star-picking sect for those below the Golden Elixir realm. As long as one completed a certain number of sect missions and a small amount of sect contribution points, one would be qualified to cultivate it. However, very few people cultivated it. This was because not only was cultivating a physical technique unbearably painful, but the most important thing was that progress was slow and it was extremely difficult to master. Therefore, no one was willing to pay such a high price to cultivate a technique that had extremely slow results and might not even be able to master it. Amazing, I didn't expect Senior Brother Li Long to cultivate the Undying Vajra technique, and to master it. Strange, could it be that Senior Brother Li Long can't defeat Chen Hao with his sword technique? Many people asked doubtfully as they marveled at Li Long's mastery of the Undying Vajra technique. Without a doubt, these people were the disciples who couldn't see Chen Hao's and Li Long's sword techniques clearly. It should be, otherwise, how could Senior Brother Li Long use the Undying Vajra technique? It's unbelievable, Senior Brother Li Long is a swordsman, a 9th-grade sword god, how could Chen Hao be so strong in sword technique? What a powerful body-tempering technique. I'm afraid Chen Hao will. When Leng Yihan saw this scene, he frowned slightly and said. First update, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 216. What do you mean? Li Yifeng and the other two looked at Leng Yihan and asked. I'm afraid none of you have experienced Chen Hao's swordsmanship before, right? Back then, on the 100 Empire ranking, I was able to fight him to a draw, and the situation was not much different from now. The only difference was that Li Long used a body-tempering technique, and I used a battle armor. With this protection, Chen Hao's swordsmanship will be greatly restrained and its power will be sharply reduced. But what? Leng Yihan looked at Li Yifeng and the other two. After a slight pause, he said, you won't understand even if I tell you. Li Long is not me. Chen Hao should have a high chance of winning, whoosh. At this moment, Chen Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. The aura around his body suddenly converged to the extreme and turned into a gust of wind. Merging with the world and containing the law of space, his speed reached the extreme. Pooh! Everyone, including Li Long, who was immersed in the valiant feeling brought about by the Undying Vajra art, had yet to react, and the sound of a body breaking rang out clearly in everyone's ears. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew, and a figure instantly crossed 100 zhang and stood in the center of the stage, clearly appearing in everyone's eyes. Leng Yihan's eyes widened in shock. On the rostrum, the sound of teacups shattering rang out. Everyone looked at the visual shock brought by this moment in shock. Even they couldn't believe that what was happening in front of them was real. Silence, absolute silence. Everyone in the arena area stopped talking and stared blankly at the scene on the stage. How is this possible? How is this possible? Li Long's eyes were wide open as he stared at the trembling sword that was an inch away from his heart. He simply couldn't believe this was real. How could the Undying Vajra art be broken so easily? There wasn't even the slightest sense of danger. There wasn't even any feeling of energy collision. How could it be broken so easily? Everyone was shocked, especially the experts who knew the power of the Undying Vajra art. they couldn't be any more shocked. The Undying Vajra technique was the most powerful body tempering technique in the star-picking Sex Xiantian realm. Once it was used, it could transform one's body into steel and iron, increasing one's defense to the extreme. Moreover, the stronger one's energy, the harder one's body would become. As long as the opponent's energy did not exceed his own by too much, even a spirit sword would not be able to break through his defense. But now, under Chen Hao's sword, he was like a piece of tofu. He didn't even put up the slightest resistance before his body, which was as hard as diamond, was penetrated. Chen Hao wins. The referee's majestic voice carried a trace of shock as he broke the silence and announced Chen Hao's victory. Two figures were as fast as lightning, respectively charging towards Li Long and Chen Hao. Like before, Chen Hao only accepted the spirit pills and refused the old man's help. Seeing the other old man seal Li Long's meridians and pull out his treasured sword, Chen Hao made a grasping motion and retrieved his treasured sword. His expression was calm as he flew to the advanced disciple's seat where Li Long had originally sat. Crash! At this moment, the entire arena area was in an uproar. Exclamations and praises filled the air. Their gazes towards Chen Hao were filled with shock and admiration for the strong. No one thought that Li Long had not mastered the Undying Vajra art. Turning into a golden man was the highest level of the Undying Vajra art. The only reason for this was that Chen Hao had displayed a powerful and indestructible technique that no one could comprehend. That sword did not have a shocking aura, only speed and sharpness. It did not even cause the slightest fluctuation of heaven and earth's energy. However, the terror of that sword was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. At the very least, none of the outer disciples present believed that they could dodge it. Even Yi Wendao could not be sure. He had not seen it clearly and did not know what kind of mysteries Chen Hao's sword contained. A trace of solemnity finally flashed across Yi Wendao's eyes. The true essence of the wind attribute, the martial god realm spatial laws, integrated with all things in heaven and earth, divine level mind energy. He's actually so strong. Leng Yihan's eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Chen Hao's back. He frowned and pondered. Now, he had to admit that he had underestimated Chen Hao's battle strength. Others did not know about Chen Hao's powerful spiritual energy, but Leng Yihan knew about the battle between him and Chen Hao. Only then would Chen Hao dare to merge with heaven and earth in front of a powerful opponent. Phew, Leng Yihan let out a long sigh. His battle intent rose, but it was immediately extinguished. At this moment, due to the restriction of his realm, he was not Chen Hao's opponent at all. Moreover, the time and place did not qualify him to enter the arena. This little guy is not bad. Yihan, don't be discouraged. Your conditions are better than his. Don't force a breakthrough because of your temporary strength. Remember Master's words. Before you comprehend the third level of the carving technique, you cannot break through to the golden core realm. Don't answer me. There are many experts here. The hoarse and strange voice sounded directly in Leng Yihan's mind when his emotions were fluctuating. Wendao, are you confident? The three elders' faces turned ugly as they transmitted their voice to Yi Wendao. 60%. I can't see through him. This kid must be hiding a lot. I'm not confident that I can block that sword, but I won't be as weak as Li Long Elder Meng. Do you see anything? Yi Wendao asked. Wind attribute, martial god realm spatial laws. Other than that, even I can't see anything. He seems to have merged with the sword and merged with heaven and earth. However, the reason why Li Long was defeated so quickly was because he was too complacent after he displayed the immortal golden body technique, which gave Chen Hao time to react. You must not be careless at that time. Once Chen Hao shows signs of using this technique, you must move to stop him, don't give him the chance. Yes. Don't worry. My strength far surpasses his. Once I start attacking, I won't give him any chance. I'm just afraid that he still has a hidden trump card. Otherwise, I would have no problem defeating him. Indeed, judging from this kid's expression, it seems like he still has a hidden trump card. Wen Dao, winning or losing is not a big deal. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, you should not challenge Chen Hao for the time being. Enter the top 10 first. You must enter the third layer of the 7 stars chamber. Alright. Yi Wen Dao replied. In just 2 battles, Chen Hao had become a formidable opponent in Yi Wen Dao's heart. Although Yi Wen Dao did not want to admit it, due to the pressure from Chen Hao, he had no choice but to choose the safe route. Following this, it was Li Yang's turn. This time, Li Yang directly challenged the 9th-ranked disciple. Unfortunately, he did not succeed and was disqualified. Following this, it was Yi Wen Dao's turn. Without giving the crowd any time to guess, Yi Wen Dao immediately chose the 3rd-ranked disciple. It was somewhat out of the crowd's expectations, but considering Chen Hao's strength, it was still within their expectations. After all, the qualification to enter the 7 stars chamber was the most important. At this moment, if Yi Wen Dao were to challenge Chen Hao directly, he would be disqualified if he failed. That would be a great loss. The reason why he did not choose the 2nd-ranked disciple was because the 2nd-ranked disciple was Li Long, who had been severely injured by Chen Hao and had yet to recover. If he were to challenge Li Long, he would be bullying him. He did not want to challenge him at this moment. Of course, from Yi Wen Dao's eyes, the crowd understood that he was just trying to be safe. During the top 10 ranking battle, he would undoubtedly challenge Chen Hao. The 10th-ranked disciple who was pushed out once again challenged the 10th-ranked disciple. There was no miracle, and the challenge failed. The top 10 was finally decided. The top 10 ranking battle officially begins. It will start from the 10th rank. The judge said in a deep voice. I give up. The 10th-ranked disciple said loudly. After saying this, he flew away from the challenger area. I give up too. Me too. 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, until the 4th rank, no one challenged him. Obviously, at this moment, everyone's ranking was already comparable to their strength. I challenge Chen Hao. Boom. Yi Wen Dao, who was temporarily in 3rd place, said this coldly. His entire body violently caused an explosion of air as he flew to the center of the arena at lightning speed. Whoosh! Chen Hao's calm and indifferent expression flashed with a trace of seriousness and coldness at this moment. He also turned into a stream of light and appeared on the arena. Yi Wen Dao was waiting for this battle, and so was he. Yi Wen Dao's powerful strength and terrifying attacks. Although no strong opponent forced him to use his true strength, Chen Hao felt a great threat. It was far from what Li Long could compare to. Especially the force that Yi Wen Dao had. Overbearing force. Force that was filled with killing intent. Force that could tear apart the sky and destroy the sun and moon. Chen Hao, you are indeed very strong. To be exact, I am not confident of winning. As the aura of the two soared, Yi Wen Dao stared at Chen Hao with a sharp gaze and said. For those who were familiar with Yi Wen Dao to say such words, it was simply unprecedented for Yi Wen Dao to say such words. You are also very strong. I am also not confident of winning. Chen Hao said with a slight frown. Therefore, you better admit defeat. Otherwise, once the battle starts, I will not be able to control it as I wish. Yi Wen Dao said coldly. As he spoke, a monstrous and incomparably fierce killing intent spread out from his body. The force that he contained finally and truly released completely. At this moment, just this aura alone made the disciples with weaker cultivations in the entire arena area feel as if they could not breathe. It was as if their hands and feet were completely bound, unable to move in the slightest. No one doubted that if they were to face Yi Wen Dao at this moment, they would simply be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They would not have the slightest ability to fight back. This is my Dao, the Dao of killing. After a slight pause, Yiwen Dao spoke again. At this moment, his voice was like the explosion of spring thunder, especially the Tao of killing. As soon as he spoke, a substantial essence qi soared into the sky like a smoke signal. Essence, qi, spirit, and force, completely merged into one. Second update. Begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Chapter 217. What a resolute aura, Yiwen Dao, what a martial god. To think that he has his own Dao. Once he enters the Golden Core realm, he will definitely improve tremendously. His future achievements will be limitless. Phew. How strong would our Zhaixing sect be to have a few more disciples like him? Sect Master, Yiwen Dao and Chen Hao are super geniuses of our Zhaixing sect. Should we stop them? On the rostrum, the first elder of the inner sect whispered to the sect leader of the star-picking sect. It's fine. If we stop them now, it will hurt their spirit. Let them fight to their heart's content. Nothing will happen. The sect master said with a faint smile. His eyes flickered with admiration as he looked at Yiwen Dao and Chen Hao. Yiwen Dao didn't think much of it. After all, he had been observing him for a long time. However, Chen Hao had truly exceeded his expectations. Recruiting the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking had indeed brought honor to the Zhaixing sect. However, no matter how talented a disciple of the 100 Empire ranking was, he was still a disciple from a low-ranked empire. He couldn't do what Fan Fong from the Flying Sword sect had done. Therefore, the sect master had only given out rewards for formality. He hadn't taken it to heart. However, in less than 3 months, Chen Hao had been able to reach such heights. The battle talent he had displayed had truly caught his attention. Chen Hao frowned slightly. He had to admit that Yiwen Dao was definitely the most threatening super genius he had ever seen. Even Leng Yihan hadn't reached such heights. Of course, it wasn't that Leng Yihan was inferior to Yiwen Dao. It was because Leng Yihan was related to his father, the nameless old man. This made Chen Hao feel less hostile towards him. At this moment, Yiwen Dao was just standing there, giving the crowd the feeling that there was nothing he did not dare to do, that there was no one he did not dare to fight, that there was no one he did not dare to kill. He did as he pleased, lawless. This was a kind of obsession, an obsession that firmly believed that he could defeat everything. It was an unrestrained, audacious obsession. This rock-solid obsession made Yiwen Dao's aura exude a sharpness that Chen Hao couldn't shake. Do you mean that there is no victory or defeat, only life and death? Chen Hao frowned, his eyes sharp. Like I said, you're very strong. They could only fight to their heart's content. Who could control it? Life and death might be the final outcome. Yiwen Dao emphasized. Even if Yiwen Dao wanted to kill Chen Hao, he wouldn't openly declare his intention to do so in front of so many important figures of the star-picking sect. First, he flattered Chen Hao. In fact, it was not a flattery, but a fact. This way, he could act without any scruples. Once he really killed Chen Hao, he would be out of control, or he might really be out of control. In short, this was undoubtedly the best course of action. Indeed. You're so strong that I can't control you. Since that's the case, let's fight to our heart's content. Riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens, life and death are in the hands of fate. There's no need to find too many excuses. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. I've already made myself clear. I'm not looking for an excuse, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. Is that so? Then let's cut the crap and attack. Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. There was a trace of disdain on his handsome face as he spoke coldly. Chen Hao had always despised hypocrisy the most. Their relationship was different from the 100 Dynasties ranking. Chen Hao had never thought of going too far. However, at this moment, Yi Wendao clearly didn't have any thoughts of camaraderie. Instead, he had the mentality of killing Chen Hao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such nonsense. Since that was the case, what did Chen Hao have to worry about? If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If people offend me, I'll repay them 100-fold. His bones contained the coldness and heartlessness of his other self. It was already very rare for him to be able to do this. Otherwise, if it were his other self, he wouldn't have said so much. He would have directly killed. Boom! Boom! As Chen Hao's words left his mouth, the energy and battle intent around the two, who were 300 feet away from each other, immediately exploded without any restraint. Yi Wendao, who was clearly a martial god, actually turned into a blood-red color with an austere aura under the fusion of his force. It was like a blood-red ball of light that frantically spread in all directions. Especially in the direction of Chen Hao. It surged forward violently and immediately collided with Chen Hao's colorless energy. Chi 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 chi. The collision of the two energies gave rise to streams of air currents. The blood-red energy's speed of advance suddenly slowed down. However, it still continued to advance. As for Chen Hao's energy, it was forced back. At this moment, the superiority of the two was immediately apparent. Clearly, Yi Wendao was much stronger than Chen Hao in terms of absolute strength. However, this was also within the crowd's expectations. Chen Hao was only a rank 1 martial god. At least, that was the case in the eyes of the crowd. Even when compared to Li Long, he was much weaker in terms of absolute strength. There was no need to mention Yi Wendao, who was a super genius and a peak rank 9 martial god who had comprehended the barrier to the golden core. Show me what you've got. Yi Wendao snapped. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. His robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Instantly, waves of blood were formed around him. A monstrous murderous aura burst out from his body. To Chen Hao's surprise, it was as if he could smell the true scent of blood from the aura. Clang clang. The two immediately drew out their swords from their sheaths. Art of the Sword of Slaughter, the first sword. Yi Wendao was as majestic as the god of slaughter. He slashed downward with his sword from 100 zhang away. The sword intent was ferocious and tyrannical, reversing yin and yang, slashing through the heavens and earth. Like a startled swan and lightning, it enveloped Chen Hao within it. The crisscrossing sword intent formed a giant spinning ball, revolving around Chen Hao at a high speed. In an instant, thousands of cycles had taken place. His first move was so terrifying that all of the spectating disciples gasped in astonishment. Their eyes widened, and they held their breaths. The art of the Sword of Slaughter was not a secret art of the star-picking sect. It was an inherited secret art that Yi Wendao had obtained from the Sword Lake ruins. Although it was domineering, it was exquisite. Although it was mysterious, it was simple and straightforward. Although it was extremely strong, it contained both hardness and softness. This move was a perfect example of extreme yang producing yin. Furthermore, it was only the first move. Chen Hao was already prepared for Yi Wendao's powerful attack. When his opponent activated his sword intent, Chen Hao felt extreme danger. He had already activated the energy around him to the maximum. He did not reveal any of it and made the most appropriate response. Drawing a circle with his left hand, Tai Chi fist. Brandishing the sword with his right hand, Tai Chi yin-yang sword. Multitasking, he executed two secret arts at the same time. Using softness to counter hardness, he fully displayed the profound meaning of strength. In addition, these two secret arts of the martial arts world were supreme defensive secret arts. Just the Tai Chi yin-yang sword alone was enough to impenetrate the defense around him. As for Tai Chi fist, it was able to utilize the strength of the opponent to its maximum. Ding! 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 Ordinary people could not see Chen Hao's figure in the spinning ball formed by the blood-red sword light. Only the sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, strangely, there was no energy explosion. Furthermore, the sound became more and more frequent. In the end, it was like a long and endless sword hum. "Break for me." Chen Haoqing didn't give the crowd too much time to guess. He shouted loudly, "Break." As the word "break" came out of his mouth, the sound of explosions rang out. The blood-red sphere of spinning sword light revealed a shocking scene at this moment. The ball was still spinning crazily. However, the rays of blood-red sword light that formed it were like arrows. They separated from the ball continuously. The ball became a launcher and kept shrinking. The rays of sword light turned into arrows and shot towards Yi Wendao at an even more terrifying speed. What was the profound meaning of strength? What was leveraging strength to counter strength? This was it. "Explode for me." A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Wendao's eyes, but it quickly turned into endless viciousness. With a thought, the blood-red sword light that was controlled by Chen Hao, who was connected to him in his mind, exploded with a rumble when it was several hundred feet away from him. Yi Wendao thought that Chen Hao would be able to block his first attack. However, he did not expect it to be in this way. One must know that in this world, there was always a chance of survival for any unique skill, ultimate skill, or formation. This was the art of great derivation. It was the miraculous reincarnation of heaven and earth. There was no absolute existence. However, the strength of the Tao of massacre was to destroy the opponent's life force. It was a killing move, a killing person, and a killing sword. It could cut off everything. In this world, only one could live. Unless Chen Hao used his powerful strength to block his attack and destroy it, there was no way out. However, Chen Hao used the profound meaning of strength to create a chance of survival in a situation where there was no chance of survival. After breaking Yi Wendao's first attack, Chen Hao used the free and unfettered wave-treading steps and the solitary sword art in his hand. He suddenly advanced. He did not think that leveraging strength to counter strength would be able to stop Yi Wendao. After all he could do was temporarily control the sword light that did not belong to him. Hiss! So fast! Yi Wendao was shocked again. He did not expect Chen Hao's fleeting figure to be so fast. This was only a fleeting opportunity. However, Chen Hao was able to grasp it. If he were in Yi Wendao's shoes, even he would not be able to grasp this fleeting opportunity. What he didn't know was that the reason Chen Hao was able to seize this opportunity was because his soul perception far surpassed ordinary people, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. It was also because of this latent ability that Chen Hao was able to unleash his strength to the limit. Even if there was only a 10% chance of victory, it was very likely that he would succeed. Chi! Chen Hao's fleeting figure suddenly twisted. His incomparably swift and fierce sword slashed violently towards Yi Wendao's head. Although Yi Wendao was shocked, he did not panic. With a cold snort, his figure suddenly shook and disappeared without a trace. At the moment when he disappeared, a cold shout was heard. "Slaughter sword art, second sword." Thousands of terrifying sword lights suddenly appeared in the void. They were like a red rain of swords. They fluttered and gently pointed towards Chen Hao. Their strength and aura seemed to be far inferior to the first sword. Chen Hao felt that the dense sword light was like a spring rain that moistened things, soundless and gentle. It was as if he was in a field in the mountains and taking a stroll in the drizzle, and it was intoxicating. However, a strong sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart. First update. Chapter 218. Right at this instant, a sword light that was as dazzling as the scorching sun enlarged in Chen Hao's pupils like a bolt of lightning. Boundless killing intent and sword chi were like a surging ocean that intended to drown Chen Hao and completely strangle him. shocking the heavens and earth and making ghosts and gods weep. It was Chen Hao's first time seeing such a horrifying slaughter sword Dao, and a strong sense of danger made Chen Hao's pupils contract. He focused his mind, and the horrifying sword light in front of him seemed to slow down. Boom! His mind suddenly exploded in his mind, and the energy in his body instantly ignited, crazily pouring into the treasured sword. Wang! Break! In an instant, Chen Hao's figure and the sword suddenly became one. His feet made two sounds as he forcefully inserted himself into the hard ground of the arena, as if he had taken root. But his body and the sword repeatedly shook violently. His figure was like a long steel plate full of elasticity. After being inserted into the ground and suddenly being pulled, the vibrations produced suddenly exploded along with Chen Hao's cold voice. Sword after sword, 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 sword rumble rumble rumble. Continuous explosions resounded throughout the entire arena. Chen Hao's frightening sword light had initially destroyed Yi Wendao's sword light like a hot knife through butter. However, Chen Hao's sword light was like an endless tide. One wave disappeared, and the next wave reappeared. Finally, when it was only a few feet away from Yi Wendao's body, it successfully destroyed Yi Wendao's sword light. The third sword. Without waiting for the sword light to disappear, Yi Wendao's body flashed and instantly turned into a blood-red shadow. He merged with his sword and appeared behind Chen Hao like a ghost. His sword qi was dense and unbreakable, killing intent was directed at Chen Hao's back. As soon as this sword was released, Yi Wendao's body seemed to have torn apart the void, producing a vast and strange devouring power. A huge blood-red whirlpool was formed with the tip of the sword as the core. All the air, energy, dust, and light were devoured, as if this sword had sucked the void dry. The slaughter sword Dao had a total of 9 swords. It seemed like one sword was being used separately, but the swords were intertwined. One sword retracted, and the other sword rose. The sword intent was endless, and the place where they connected was the only chance of survival for the sword move. The door of life for the first sword move was the door of death for the second sword move. This was the heaven-defying sword move that dared to claim to be able to cut off the only chance of survival between the heavens and earth. Without amazing talent, it was impossible to obtain the inheritance, let alone master it. This was completely heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. One sword, one man, killing everything fearlessly and unstoppably. Moreover, each sword move was more terrifying than the previous one. Chen Hao had long felt the terror of Yi Wendao. However, when they actually fought, Chen Hao was still shocked. Such a ferocious and domineering sword move had caused Chen Hao to be unable to fight back. And now, the third sword move was coming. All the air was sucked dry, and the space collapsed along with the sword light. Chen Hao had a terrifying feeling that he was going to be devoured by the sword light. In this instant, Chen Hao did not dare to hesitate. He could also vaguely see through the concept of the slaughter sword Dao. If he continued to defend passively, his opponent's force would become stronger and stronger. The only thing he could do was to use violence to curb violence. He did not care if his opponent was alive or dead. He would just kill him with one blow. Only by doing so would he be able to cut off his opponent's continuous sword intent. Only by doing so would he be able to take the initiative. At this moment, when everyone was breaking out in cold sweat for Chen Hao, when the third elder Meng Xiangang was feeling proud, and when the first elder Wu Zichuan was feeling anxious, Chen Hao let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. Battle intent, a naked battle intent that looked down on the heavens and earth, finally bloomed from Chen Hao's body once again. It had been a long time. Ever since Chen Hao's soul had fused, rushed out of the Shao family, and stepped into the royal new show hall, he had never met such a strong opponent. No matter who, no matter what, he was able to make the most appropriate counterattack with precise calculations and analysis. But now, Chen Hao seemed to have returned to the time when he had not fused with his soul and was bullied by Xiao Jihan, who was also Dongfang Han's lackey. He no longer cared about life and death. Pang! Battle intent overflowed into the sky. Essence chi was like smoke that tore through the sky. Pang pang! At the same time, two loud sounds exploded under Chen Hao's feet. Instantly, two strangely shaped, huge pits appeared on the stage. Chen Hao's entire person had fused with his sword. Under the stimulation of the intertwining power, he was like a high-speed spinning diamond. His essence, chi, and spirit condensed into one, causing the air, the energy of the heavens and earth, and the dust particles to spin with his body at a high speed. It actually produced an aura similar to Yi Wenwen's. Chi. What shocked everyone was that Chen Hao, who had fused with his sword, actually turned into a spinning stream of light and rushed towards the core of Yi Wenwen's terrifying whirlpool sword light, which was also the sword tip. Death Gate. This was the real death gate of Yi Wenwen's sword. Not to mention the experts on the main platform, even the lowest level cultivators in the arena area knew that the strongest attack of Yi Wenwen's sword was at the core of the whirlpool. Even an idiot would know that it was the sword tip with the strongest power, you're courting death. Seeing Chen Hao do this, Yi Wenwen's expression instantly flashed with excitement. If Chen Hao completely surpassed him in terms of realm and strength, this would undoubtedly be the easiest and most direct way to defeat him. But Chen Hao was not. Regardless of realm or strength, he was a few streets away from him. What was the difference between this and suicide? Pang! Almost at the same time, Great Elder Wu Zichuan suddenly jumped up. Obviously, Wu Zichuan already knew what he was about to face. Countless cries of surprise erupted from the entire arena area. But, a vigorous and unparalleled energy suddenly covered Wu Zichuan's body. Wu Zichuan almost cursed out loud, but when he saw the person who released the energy, he stopped himself in his throat. The sect leader did not even look at him. Instead, his eyes flashed like lightning and focused on Chen Hao. There was actually a trace of shock on his face. This kind of shock was definitely not the shock of seeing Chen Hao rush to his death, but the shock of discovering a new continent with a faint surprise. Could it be that Chen Hao can block this sword? Wu Zichuan was shocked in his heart. His gaze quickly turned to the arena. It was a long time to describe, but in fact, it was only a moment of sparks. At this moment, under the violent impact of the two people, who were 100 zhang away, directly met in the air. Chen Hao, whose battle intent had risen to the extreme, did not realize that at this moment, the 5 types of energy in his 5 internal organs, under his obsession and madness, were rotating at a terrifying speed. Green chi, red chi, white chi, black chi, blue chi, yellow chi. The inheritance power of the 5 divine beasts in his 5 internal organs exploded on its own. Metal lung, wood liver, water kidney, fire heart, earth spleen. Metal lung, water kidney, water heart. The inheritance of the 5 divine beasts, heart fire, liver wood, the azure dragon's tenacious vitality, the white tiger's fierce attack, the vermilion bird's sky-burning anger, the black tortoise's rock-solid body, the Qilin's mountain-toppling strength, and Chen Hao's fierce attack, which had merged his lifetime of martial arts skills into one. At this moment, just how powerful was it? Boom! Capture. At the same time as the explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, a clear and loud shout suddenly erupted from the platform. A large hand appeared out of thin air above Yi Wendao's head. Like an eagle catching a chick, it directly grabbed Yi Wendao in its hand. It was also at this moment that a rotating, indestructible, and extremely condensed sword light brazenly drilled into the large hand. Chi chi chi. The large hand emitted bright sparks, but it was as solid as a rock and did not have the slightest bit of damage. Other than the experts on the platform, as well as Leng Yihan and a few other disciples with strong senses, no one saw clearly what had happened. The only thing they saw was Yi Wendao's terrifying whirlpool of sword light dissipating with the huge explosion. Then, they saw the large hand emitting sparks. Before the crowd could react to what was going on, a figure that everyone looked up to had already appeared on the arena. He stood there with a smile on his face, and his expression was calm as he stared at Chen Hao, who was still spinning at high speed. Break! Chi! Ah! Caught off guard, Chen Hao, who was spinning, let out a soft shout. The aura around him strangely changed at this moment. The figure that stood there with a smile and a composed expression was slightly surprised, yet he didn't stop Chen Hao. He knew very well that Chen Hao was still immersed in his insane battle intent at this moment, and only allowing Chen Hao to execute this formidable move to the limit to his heart's content before stopping himself was for the best. However, what this figure did not expect was that just as Chen Hao said the word break, the large hand that he had formed was actually pierced through. Like tofu, it did not destroy his energy at all, and there was no collision of energy. It was directly pierced through. The calm and composed figure, who had not been able to shock him for many years, actually let out a cry of surprise and doubt in front of thousands of disciples at this moment. At the same time, he controlled his divine sense and sent Yi Wendao, who was in his hand, flying into the distance at lightning speed. Even though his reaction was as fast as lightning, Yi Wendao did not manage to escape in one piece. A bloody hole had already appeared in his shoulder. Ah! Impossible! Impossible! My massacre sword principle will never lose. Impossible! Yi Wendao shouted crazily as blood spurted out from his mouth. The shocked figure pointed at the void and a few rays of light entered Yi Wendao's body. Immediately, the spurting blood stopped, and Yi Wendao lost consciousness and slowly fell to the edge of the platform. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. They stared at the figure, as well as Chen Hao, who had stopped spinning and was standing proudly with a look of surprise and confusion on his face as he stared at the figure. Very good. Very good. Chen Hao, you were actually able to break through the vacuum palm formed by my golden core energy. With such talent, you are the first in our Zhaixing sect. Ha! The figure said with a red face. At the end, he laughed loudly. Countless people, especially the big shots on the rostrum, looked at each other in dismay. Second update. At least 3 updates tomorrow, strive for 4. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. Chapter 219. Motherfucker. I've lost so much face this time. The old man is the leader of a sect. It's not easy for him to make a move in front of thousands of disciples, but he was defeated by this brat, that figure said awkwardly in his heart. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that Yi Wendao's life was saved. Otherwise, he would have lost all his face. This figure was none other than the leader of the star-picking sect, Yuan Tairan. As the leader of a sect, he had almost failed to save an outer sect disciple. How could he not lose face? However, even though he was embarrassed, his shock and admiration for Chen Hao were real. Even he couldn't understand how Chen Hao had done it. His sharp senses told him that Chen Hao's sword had already broken through the boundaries of common sense, surpassing the limits of energy. It seemed to have entered the creation realm, which even he hadn't reached. However, that was impossible. The only explanation was that Chen Hao had comprehended some kind of secret technique that could prevent energy from detecting and avoiding it. I didn't lose. I've only used the third sword of the massacre sword Dao. The fourth sword has already been formed. Leader, I didn't lose. Yi Wendao's unwavering faith actually woke him up in a short period of time. He broke free from the treatment of an old man and flew towards Chen Hao and the sect master, shouting loudly in the void. His voice was filled with unwillingness and even anger. Yuan Tairan frowned slightly. When Chen Hao's sword had pierced through Yi Wendao's sword light, he had clearly determined that Yi Wendao would die. As for Chen Hao, he couldn't be sure because Yi Wendao had indeed formed the fourth sword at that moment. In the end, it was very likely that they would both die together. Therefore, he had no choice but to make a move at the critical moment. Both of them were rare geniuses. If they died in the sect, it would be the biggest joke in the world. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Tairan waved his hand to separate Chen Hao and Yi Wendao. He said, I won't interfere in this battle. If Yi Wendao dies, Chen Hao won't live either. It's nothing more than a split second. You're all rare geniuses of our sect. It's unwise to fight with your lives on the line. That's why I'm taking action. The vacuum giant palm separated the two of you, but it also imprisoned Yi Wendao. Therefore, this battle is decided to be a draw. No one is allowed to object. Yuan Tairan regained the demeanor of a sect master as he spoke in a domineering and straightforward manner. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the great elder of the outer sanctum, Wu Zichuan, and flew back to his seat. The 7 profound gourd that was in his hands flew away just like that. Naturally, Wu Zichuan was a little unhappy. But since the sect master had already decided, he could only accept it. Furthermore, even though he didn't see through Zhang Xian's true intentions, he knew that Zhang Xian had always been an upright person. However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The names of this year's 7 Stars Paradise and the top 10 rankings have all been determined. You can collect your rewards at the welfare hall of your mountain peak. 3 days later, at noon, please gather 30 disciples at the star-picking peak. Zhai Xing Peak, the highest peak of the Zhai Xing sect, where the sect leader resided and cultivated. It was also the core of the star-picking sect's array formation. The entrance to the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven was on the star-picking peak. Chen Hao, just you wait. Even though we may not be able to determine the victor today, I, Yi Wendao, will definitely repay you 100 times for the humiliation of this sword strike. As Chen Hao flew towards Tan Tai Lian and the rest, Yi Wendao's cold voice rang in Chen Hao's ears. Chen Hao's body twitched slightly as his lips curled into a smile. He transmitted his voice, if not for the sect leader's intervention, you would have been a corpse by now and I would still be fine. Of course, if you want to challenge me, I welcome you at any time. I would also like to see the next few strikes of the massacre sword principle. You would be fine. If not for the sect leader's intervention, how could I have taken your sword strike? You would be a corpse now and I would still be fine. The massacre sword principle connects the sword strikes and each strike is stronger than the previous one. Don't think that you can withstand my 4th strike just because you broke my 3rd strike. Yi Wendao said coldly. Then we'll see who's stronger. Chen Hao smiled and cut off the communication. There was no point in saying more. Both of them were arrogant people who would not give up until they saw the end of the world. Now, it was Yuan Tairan who had become the target of their blame. Yi Feishue's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chen Hao, who had just landed. She smiled and said, Chen Hao, congratulations. Congratulations, junior brother. Dong Fangting still could not believe that Chen Hao could improve to such a level. Her eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief as she spoke. Junior brother Chen Hao, I did not expect you to be so powerful. A few of the inner disciples who had trained with Chen Hao came to congratulate him. Senior brother Chen Hao, you are the pride of the disciples of the 100 Empire sect. Congratulations. Even some of the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking were no exception. They were from the same batch as Chen Hao and Chen Hao knew them. However, most of them were a few batches older than him and he did not know them. Chen Hao returned their greetings with cupped fists. After chatting with Dongfang Ting Yi Feishuer for a while, Chen Hao returned to the first peak of the outer sect with Tantai Lian and Leng Yihan. Under the strange gazes of Li Yifeng, Yang Fan, Ni Jian Pain, and even Tantai Lian, Chen Hao had no choice but to bring Leng Yihan, who wanted to talk to him alone, into his palace. Go to the cultivation room. I'm going to the cultivation room? Yes. The person who wants to talk to you is not me. You will definitely have a little surprise. Go. Leng Yihan's lips curled up slightly, his eyes full of mystery. Chen Hao frowned slightly. This palace was his, and all the restrictions were under his control. However, at this moment, other than Leng Yihan, he could not sense the presence of anyone else. However, Leng Yihan had no reason to lie to him. The only explanation was that the person who came was an expert. Moreover, it was an unimaginable expert who could deceive countless important people in the Zhaixing sect. After Leng Yihan finished speaking, he ignored Chen Hao's gaze and sat lazily on the chair. He crossed his legs and closed his eyes. In the past, Chen Hao did not notice because Leng Yihan's eyes were too sharp. Anyone who looked at him would be frightened by his eyes. However, at this moment, what made Chen Hao shiver again was that this guy's eyelashes were longer than the average woman's, transvestite. Chen Hao hurriedly avoided his gaze and cursed in his heart. He took a deep breath and walked to the cultivation room. Who could it be? It seemed that other than Leng Yihan's master, Chen Hao could not think of anyone else. However, even if it was Leng Yihan's master, strictly speaking, he did not have much interaction with him. It was not a surprise at all. At most, it was a surprise. Creak, Chen Hao gently pushed open the door to the cultivation room. Ah! Father! You! A figure directly reflected in Chen Hao's eyes. No matter what, he would never have thought that Leng Yihan's so-called small surprise was his father. Extremely shocked, Chen Hao directly called out. However, Chen Hao, who wanted to rush to his father's side, suddenly realized something and stopped abruptly. His expression changed dramatically. Father, after hearing Chen Hao's call, the figure's expression changed dramatically. Although it was still Chen Hao's father, the muttering trembling voice was hoarse, low, and filled with endless sadness and sadness. His eyes stared blankly at Chen Hao, whose expression had changed greatly. His body trembled, his breathing was disorderly, but what was even more disorderly was his eyes. You. At this moment, Chen Hao only said one word and stopped. He wanted to ask who the other party was, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not bear to ask. What kind of eyes were those? Chen Hao had never seen a person's eyes that could be so sad and sad. He had also never seen anyone's eyes that could be filled with such deep emotions like the sea. At this moment, Chen Hao's mind was filled with Leng Yihan's words about his master. Originally, he had a slightly disrespectful guess about his father, but at this moment, it gradually became clear and surfaced. Although the figure in front of him still looked like his father, he already knew who it was. There was no need to ask. He could not bear to ask. Crystal tears flowed from the father's eyes. The father slowly stretched out his hand and reached for Chen Hao's face. Chen Hao did not move. He just looked at the hand that was exactly the same as his father's, exactly the same hand. Even the palm lines were exactly the same, without the slightest difference. The palm gently touched Chen Hao's face. It was obviously his father's rough hand, but when it touched Chen Hao's face, Chen Hao felt a trace of softness, soft as if boneless, and cold little hands. Is he okay? A hoarse, low voice came from the father's mouth. That voice was full of complex emotions. Even if Chen Hao's heart was like a rock, at this moment, there was a kind of sadness that pierced through his heart like a needle. Master stayed in the secular world for more than 100 years for him. Leng Yihan's words flashed in Chen Hao's mind at this moment. 100 years of searching, how many 100 years could there be in a person's life? Even in the cultivation world, how many cultivators could there be that defied the heavens? Youth was easy to age. Chen Hao would not blame his father. Although he did not have any emotional experience, he knew that love was mutual. A mysterious father and an equally mysterious mother who did not know it were the true love. He did not know what kind of relationship the figure in front of him had with his parents, but he knew that it was definitely a heartbreaking and touching love story. Immortal couples were parents. And the person in front of him was not a heartbroken person. After all, I am not the person who knows him best. Even you can see the flaw. Seeing that Chen Hao did not answer, the father said sadly. The corners of his mouth were bitter, and there was an indescribable loneliness. No, senior. Your imitation is very, very good. I can't tell the difference at all. The reason I can tell is because father never stands, never stands. What's wrong with him? He's fine. It's just that in the secular world, his legs are crippled. It's that he doesn't want to stand, it's not that he can't stand, Chen Hao said. As he spoke, the father, in front of him slowly returned to his original body. He was dressed in a black robe and a black bamboo hat that covered his face. His body was thin and small, and he was half a head shorter than Chen Hao. First update, please buy monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 220. He looked exactly like the legendary nameless old man. Senior, can you tell me what is going on between you and my parents? Chen Hao mustered up his courage and asked. The nameless old man stared at Chen Hao through the black veil. After a moment, he said, You are their adopted son. Chen Hao was slightly taken aback. Your bloodline doesn't have their aura, and your appearance is very different. The nameless old man explained when he saw Chen Hao's expression. She dared to say it because she believed that Chen Hao's parents would not hide this from Chen Hao. Moreover, with the original information about Chen Hao, in her opinion, it was very likely that Chen Hao was an orphan adopted by his parents. But when Chen Hao heard the nameless old man's words, his mind turned. This was an elder worthy of sympathy and respect. Because of his own negligence, he exposed the existence of his parents. Naturally, it was impossible to hide it. But as pitiful as it was, Chen Hao was even more unwilling to see his parents be affected because of her. After pondering for a moment, Chen Hao said, I was adopted by my parents. I also have a younger brother and a younger sister. They are my parents' biological children. They are 5 years younger than me. As Chen Hao spoke, he took out a wooden carving of a family from his storage space and handed it to the nameless old man. Before I came to the cultivation world, my father told me that if someone came looking for me because of my carving skills, I must not expose him, but I didn't do it. Senior, they are doing well now, so, I hope. Chen Hao wanted to say something, but when he saw the nameless old man's thin body begin to tremble again, he could not say anything. Do you know who I am? At this moment, the nameless old man looked up at Chen Hao and asked with a trembling voice. What surprised Chen Hao even more was that the nameless old man suddenly lifted the bamboo hat on his head. His long, snow-white hair cascaded down, her pale face, which had never seen the light of day all year round, was sparkling and translucent like jade. There was not a single wrinkle on her face. If it were not for the fact that her arched eyebrows had turned white, just by looking at her face alone, one would think that she was at most in her 20s. But what really shocked Chen Hao was that this face was actually 90% similar to his mother's, even though their temperaments had become completely different due to their respective encounters. However, his eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, and face shape were astonishingly identical. Only his skin, hair, and aura were completely different. However, when Chen Hao captured the traces of life auras, they were completely the same. At the very least, his mother when she was young was probably the same as the nameless old man in front of him. Other than that, what made Chen Hao's heart tremble was the nameless old man's gaze. Sadness. Endless sadness, and desolation. I'm your father's first wife, his first Tao partner. Did you know that? I'm your mother's sister, your biological sister. Did you know that? I've never blamed them, because it's not their fault. It's fate, and it's also my fault. Don't worry, I won't look for them again. I only hope that when you see them again, you can tell them that I also have his flesh and blood. I originally wanted to find him and let him see his flesh and blood being born with his own eyes, but after more than 100 years, the child in my belly can't wait any longer. The nameless old man's words were like bolts of thunder exploding in Chen Hao's mind. He had thought of all the possibilities, but in the end, he did not expect the situation to be so complicated. Fate's fault. What kind of fate would produce such a tortuous past? They don't want to see me, they're afraid to see me, it's fine. I won't see them again in this life. But for his flesh and blood, I hope that he can fulfill his responsibility as a father. I'll trouble you to give this to him when you see him. The nameless old man said emotionally. As she spoke, a pure and terrifying energy abruptly appeared in front of her, accompanied by a mysterious fluctuation of divine sense. Immediately, it turned into a blue crystal that was completely condensed from energy in divine sense, floating in front of Chen Hao. Ihan, let's go. When Chen Hao held the crystal in his hand in a daze, the nameless old man had already disappeared in front of him. A hoarse and sad voice came from outside the cultivation room. Master, did you ask clearly? Let's go, Master will send you back, Senior. Chen Hao turned around and rushed out of the cultivation room, but the nameless old man and Leng Yihan's figures had strangely disappeared in front of him. So ruthless, Chen Hao stood there in a daze for a few minutes. Suddenly, the voice of the treasure-hunting sword spirit sounded in his mind. So ruthless? What's so ruthless? Erasing a part of her own memory with her own hands, don't you think it's ruthless? Sigh. Since ancient times, too much love leads to too much regret. You don't have to waste your time looking. This crystal is a part of her memory, condensed from magic power and spiritual sense. Other than your father, I'm afraid no one can open it. No matter how powerful their divine ability is, they can only destroy it and not read it, said the treasure-hunting sword spirit. You mean to say that she separated her memory and merged it into this crystal? Yes. And she sacrificed at least 500 years of her lifespan. She should be in the creation realm with only 1,000 years of lifespan. What a pity. Speak clearly, Chen Hao said with a frown. At this moment, Chen Hao not only felt sympathy and doubt for the nameless old man. At the same time, he also had a lot of doubts about the treasure-hunting sword spirit. Every time he felt that he was, just so, his knowledge seemed to increase to a level that would shock him again. Just like what he said now. Simply put, she should be close to 200 years old now. Extracting the memories of her soul and sacrificing her lifespan to condense this memory soul crystal took at least 500 years or even more. Just this alone isn't fatal. The most fatal thing is that once anyone's soul and memories are extracted, their soul will be incomplete, and they will be unable to improve their cultivation for the rest of their lives. This also means that she probably doesn't have much time left. Moreover, because her soul is incomplete, it will directly dissipate after death and be unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. It can be considered as the destruction of her soul. Ruthless, truly ruthless, and truly pitiful. Chen Hao's eyes opened wide, and he was shocked to the extreme. Especially when he thought of the last words the nameless old man said, "I won't see you again in this lifetime." An indescribable feeling surged in his heart. She did it, she did it. Because she extracted all the memories related to her father. Otherwise, how could she do it? How unforgettable was it to wander the world searching for him for over 100 years? Perhaps she knew that she couldn't do it without doing this, or perhaps she didn't want to endure this mental torture any longer, so she resolutely chose the neutral method. Since ancient times, excessive love leads to regret, and this regret is endless. Even though Chen Hao hadn't experienced a vigorous and emotional love, at this moment, he felt as if he was treading on thin ice, trembling with fear. Especially when he thought of Xia Yuyu, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lian. Could it be that there's no way to have the best of both worlds? Polygamy, in this world, there are no restrictions, and she was also father's first wife, so why did father do this? Mother was her younger sister, so shouldn't they be happy? Her body and soul were destroyed just like that. I'm afraid that even her parents wouldn't want to see that, right? Chen Hao was at a loss. Don't let your mother know, and don't ask her. Even if you ask her, she wouldn't know. Sigh. At this moment, Chen Hao suddenly remembered what his father said to him before he stepped into the world of cultivation. Mother is also from the world of cultivation, and was once an expert like her, right? Why doesn't mother know anything? Why? Could it be that she was the same as her? A wave of complete coldness made Chen Hao break out in cold sweat. Who was right, who was wrong, who was ruthless? Especially when he thought of his mother's face, which was much older than the nameless old man, Chen Hao's heart tightened. Is there any way? I mean, is there any way to fix the damaged soul? Chen Hao anxiously and coldly asked in his mind. The method is very simple, give this memory soul crystal to her. If she is willing to absorb it, she will naturally recover. What if this memory soul crystal is gone? Then it's basically considered that there's no way. What do you mean basically? Speak. This. I can only ask that family, that senior in your mind. The treasure-hunting sword spirit originally wanted to say that guy, but when he said the word family, he changed it to that senior. Just now, these things were told to you by him. Cough cough, what did he tell me? I knew it from the start. It's just that I just remembered, this, Chen Hao. I always thought that I had escaped from his control, but now, it seems that I am still his prisoner. Some things that belong to me are all with him. I am also damaged. Sigh. Why didn't he communicate with me directly? Chen Hao asked coldly. Your cultivation is not enough. Step into the golden core realm. At least, we are all weapon spirits, and the inherited divine beast is also a spirit body. Communication between us is very simple, but you are different. Before you refine his body, you will not be able to communicate with him. Golden core realm, good. Tell him that I will use the fastest speed to step into the golden core realm. It's useless to have an unstable foundation. You can't advance just for the sake of advancing. These 3 months, you advanced because of a fortuitous encounter. Although your foundation is solid, it is ultimately not as solid as relying on your own comprehension and tempering. Otherwise, even if you advance to the golden core realm, you may not be able to temper him. This is my luck. Every step of my advancement has been solid and solid. Just wait. Chen Hao said arrogantly. Once he finished speaking, he directly cut off the connection with the probing sword spirit and carefully put the blue crystal into his storage space. He did not attempt to examine the secrets within. This was given to his father by the nameless old man. He did not have the right to examine it, or else it would be a blasphemy. Similarly, he did not have the ability to examine it. According to the probing sword spirit, even experts above the creation realm could not examine it. At most, they could destroy it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hao walked quickly to the cultivation room. He did not care about the final outcome, but he would not allow his mother and the nameless old man, or more accurately, his aunt or aunt, to be destroyed just like that. Second update, monthly vote, recommendation vote. Dark Mountain, continue writing. There will be more at night. Chapter 221. No way. He's still not coming out. It's already been 6 hours. Li Yifeng said. Chen Hao, who was immersed in cultivation, did not know that Li Yifeng, Yang Fan, Ni Jianpain, and Tan Tai Lian were still waiting outside his palace. 6 hours, a whole 6 hours. No matter how secretive the two of them were, they should be done, right? Especially Chen Hao's feelings towards Lang Yihan. Everyone knew that if they could avoid 1 minute of contact, they would avoid 1 minute of contact. Not to mention this kind of private, secret communication. Could it be? Chen Hao has been conquered. Li Yifeng looked at the three of them and said with a strange expression. Possibly, Yang Fan said. Yeah, I think so too, Ni Jianpain said. The three of them had strange expressions, and no one looked at Tan Tai Lian. Humph. Tan Tai Lian looked at the three of them fiercely and snorted, if you want me to knock, just say it. Ahem. Little Lian, there's something I've wanted to say to you for a long time. Li Yifeng coughed awkwardly and looked at Tan Tai Lian. Say it. I didn't even block your mouth. Tan Tai Lian said. Tan Tai Lian used to be a weak and obedient junior sister in front of the three of them. She had also been obsessed with the idea of borrowing the strength of the three of them to pass through the dangerous endless sea. Although only Li Yifeng, who was romantic and unrestrained, had followed her, they had only been together for a short period of time. But now, Chen Hao was not here, and Tan Tai Lian had become the big sister instead. It could not be helped. Strength was everything. The three of them really could not compare to Tan Tai Lian's strength. Moreover, as everyone got to know each other, Tan Tai Lian was no longer the obedient junior sister. At least in front of the three of them, she was very domineering. Li Yifeng. Yang Fan frowned and grabbed Li Yifeng's hand. Without a doubt, Yang Fan knew Li Yifeng's weakness the best. Therefore, when he heard Li Yifeng's words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, extremely wrong. Ni Jianpain also knew about Li Yifeng's affairs, but he was not as close as Yang Fan and Li Yifeng, so it was inconvenient for him to intervene. However, he looked at Li Yifeng with a strange gaze. Fuck. What kind of look is that? Li Yifeng shook off Yang Fan's hand and glared at the two of them. After he finished speaking, he looked at Tan Tai Lian. He didn't care about the meaning in their eyes and said even more overbearingly, Little Lian, make a mental barrier and block their ears. I'll talk to you alone. There's no need for that. Speak. Tan Tai Lian didn't think much of it, but when she heard Li Yifeng's words, she blushed and frowned. Seeing this scene, Li Yifeng was immediately depressed. Motherfucker, if Ni Jianpain misunderstood, then so be it. If Yang Fan misunderstood, then so be it. Even Tan Tai Lian misunderstood. Could it be that her character is that bad? Do you think I don't know that I shouldn't bully my friend's wife? What's more, I'm only a playboy, but I'm never a pervert. Li Yifeng's heart was filled with depression. He was so angry that he didn't care anymore. He said, fine, I'll say it. Simplify the complicated and make a long story short. Comprehend as much as you can. What I want to say is, a man chasing a woman is like a mountain separating them. How do you understand this sentence? Just like Yang Fan, who wouldn't even stand out in a crowd, if he were to chase a woman, it would be very difficult. There are at least 100 mountains separating them, and each mountain is like the star-picking peak. Li Yifeng pointed at Yang Fan's nose and said. Yang Fan, who was originally a little worried, was embarrassed when he heard Li Yifeng's attack. He said, That's, it's good that you know your limits. And you, Ni Giant Pain, a taciturn gourd who can't speak a word, is no better than young Fan. Tan Tai Lien frowned slightly. She seemed to understand what Li Yifeng wanted to say, but she didn't. It had to be said that other than Li Yifeng, Tan Tai Lien, Young Fan, and Ni Giant Pain really didn't have any experience with men and women. At least Tan Tai Lien had some understanding. Young Fan and Ni Giant Pain were at a loss. The two of them didn't have any thoughts about women. If they were stupid, they would be even more stupid than pigs. As for a girl chasing a guy, there's only a thin layer of paper between them. Phew, one breath, and it's broken. The key is whether the girl can let go of the reservations in her heart. As long as she can, then she only needs to take this step. It's really very simple, especially for a girl like Xiaoyan, who has both looks and talent. What are you talking about? Tan Tai Lien's face suddenly turned red, and she glared at Li Yifeng. Not bad, you understand. If I were you, at this time, I would immediately rush in and help Chen Hao solve the problem. Well, at least show enough affection. Anyway, in the arena area, didn't Chen Hao deliberately do that? We're all on the same side, so you don't have to be shy. Although your cultivation is high, you're still a little sister in our hearts. I can guess a little about Chen Hao's thoughts. Since he dared to use you to tell Leng Yihan, who is 100% gay, that he likes women, then it's impossible that he doesn't have feelings for you. What do you think? Besides, you've received the inheritance. Basically, your reputation and whatnot. Cough cough, we may believe it, but others won't. I seem to have said too much. Let's simplify. Go. I'm not going. She originally wanted to knock on the door. But now, after hearing what Li Yifeng said, Tan Tai Lien was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide in a crack. How would she dare to go? Alas! Be reserved. In a single thought, heaven and earth are separated. Whether it's true or not that Chen Hao already has someone in his heart, as long as the rice is not cooked, even if it is, you're standing on the starting line of a fair competition. Alas, women are too prideful. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to go to hell. Your self-esteem is really harmful. Young Fan, Ni Giant Pain, you have to apologize to me and treat me to a drink. Let's go. Li Yifeng muttered to himself as if he had experienced it before. He was just short of stroking his beard because he didn't. After he finished speaking, he directly pulled one of them with each hand and soared into the sky. What are you doing? Can't we apologize and drink wine later? Ni Giant Pain frowned, but did not resist. Pig, we're here. How can little Lien do that? Don't look, let's go. Her cultivation is higher. If she wants to peak, she has to go further. Oh, I see. Young Fan said. Li Yifeng looked at the two pigs whose cultivation was higher than his. While he was depressed, he could not help but feel a sense of superiority. Seeing the three people quickly disappear, Tan Tai Lien's red face gradually returned to normal. However, her heartbeat was strangely fast, and even her breathing was a little rushed. To enter or not to enter? A woman chasing a man is like a piece of paper. Be reserved. Paradise. Fair competition, Li Yifeng's words kept ringing in Tan Tai Lien's mind. She could not help but fall into a struggle. On one hand, it was her self-esteem that was causing trouble. On the other hand, it was Li Yifeng's warning. How should she choose? If she chose Li Yifeng's method, she would lose her pride. However, she might get Chen Hao who had ruined her reputation. If she chose her pride, her reputation would still be ruined, but it was more likely that she would lose Chen Hao. He had seen her, and she also had the inheritance of the phoenix. Just these 2 points alone made her have no way out. Moreover, what she really cared about were not these 2 points. When Chen Hao had enlightened her and saved her life, some subtle emotions had already been born unknowingly. She still remembered how she felt when Chen Hao said in front of her that he was doing it for a girl. However, it was so difficult for her to sacrifice her pride and reserve. Although she felt that Li Yifeng was right, she still felt that it was a little inappropriate. The inappropriate part was not her, but Chen Hao's character. No matter how much a man understood a man, he would not understand a man as well as a woman who fell in love with him. She was very afraid. Afraid that when she lost her pride and reserve, Chen Hao would look down on her with his character. Then there would really be no hope. I can do this. After a full hour, Tan Tai Lien, who was struggling in her heart, suddenly had a light in her eyes. With a compromise, she took a step forward and walked resolutely toward the door of Chen Hao's palace. Phew! Far away, Li Yifeng and the other two who were hiding in the void breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The moment she knocked on the door of the palace, Tan Tai Lien's expression became extremely calm, neither cold nor hot. She forced herself to control her heartbeat and breathing, maintaining an absolutely calm posture. Creak! The door of the palace slowly opened, and Chen Hao appeared in front of her with a trace of doubt. Little Lien. Why are you still here? What's the matter? Chen Hao asked in a daze. They said you need help. Don't you need help? Tan Tai Lien was slightly surprised. She scanned the interior of Chen Hao's palace with her divine sense and did not find Lang Yihan's aura. However, Lang Yihan's cultivation was extremely high, and he had abnormal talent. Tan Tai Lien was not sure and could only transmit her voice. She pretended to be calm with a trace of indifference. I forgot. Lang Yihan left long ago. You guys still have a conscience, huh? Chen Hao smiled slightly. The fluctuating emotions from 6 hours ago seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. His black eyes shone brightly. Left? Why didn't we see him? He's abnormal. Naturally, he has an abnormal way of leaving. Come in. Chen Hao said and actually invited Tan Tai Lien in. If he's gone, why should I go in? Come in and you'll know. Chen Hao saw that Tan Tai Lien did not move and directly pulled her into the palace. Creak. The door of the palace suddenly closed, and at the same time, the restriction of the palace was activated. What do you want? Tan Tai Lien's face was red as she broke free from Chen Hao's hand and said. You have to take it even if you don't want it. Chen Hao stared at Tan Tai Lien with a trace of a smile on his face. What? The inheritance of the phoenix, Chen Hao said. Tan Tai Lien's face instantly turned red as she said, I don't want male and female intercourse. I didn't make it clear to you last time. I have a special method that doesn't require the fusion of yin and yang. Is this okay? Chen Hao said. No. In short, I don't want it. You can't force me. Tan Tai Lien said firmly. She was glaring at Chen Hao, and her expression had changed. Third update. From 6 in the morning until now, I haven't moved except for eating. After dinner, I'll continue to write with all my might. There's a fourth update. Brothers and sisters, can you vote for Zhang Yu? Chapter 222. This is for your own good. Chen Hao frowned and said, What are you afraid of? Chen Hao was a little confused. Didn't he say that he didn't need yin and yang fusion? Wasn't that very clear? Could it be that he was lying to her? But Tan Tai Lien's face was pale and her delicate body was trembling. Was it that scary? What am I afraid of? You just want to cut ties with me, right? Then you can take Phoenix away. I don't want anyone else. Tan Tai Lien looked at Chen Hao's fierce appearance and immediately felt her blood boil. She did not give in at all. Cut ties. What are you thinking all day? Don't talk nonsense with me, you have to take it whether you want it or not. Chen Hao grabbed Tan Tai Lien overbearingly and directly activated his tyrannical energy. His hands were like iron pincers, afraid that Tan Tai Lien would resist. But, unexpectedly, Tan Tai Lien didn't struggle and said, "It hurts. Let me go, I want it." Chen Hao was slightly stunned and let go of his hand. He saw that Tan Tai Lien's snow-white wrist had turned red. He frowned and stared at Tan Tai Lien's eyes. He couldn't understand. Women were really strange creatures. "What are you looking at?" Tan Tai Lien took 2 steps back and asked, feeling that Chen Hao's gaze was strange and the aura on his body seemed to have suddenly changed strangely, as if it had completely disappeared. Tan Tai Lien took 2 steps back and asked. Her keen perception made her have a strange feeling, as if she was completely naked in front of Chen Hao, and there were no more secrets to hide. This feeling made her uneasy. Chen Hao regained his calm expression and the anger on his face completely disappeared. Facing a woman he couldn't understand, Chen Hao finally tried to sense her life trajectory to get the answer he wanted. Ever since he met Tan Tai Lien, he had never tried to understand or analyze her. He deliberately wanted to avoid some things. But now that he had reached this step, he had to try to understand some things. The magical carving technique didn't disappoint him. The result was just like when he was carving Xiao Mei's eyes, he couldn't immediately carve them because it was a kind of emotion that he couldn't bear for the time being. Am I that good? Good? Who said you're good? I've never felt that. Tan Tai Lien turned her face away, not daring to look directly at Chen Hao's penetrating eyes. She was extremely flustered, but she forced herself to be calm and said coldly. That's good. Let's go in. Chen Hao did not say much and directly walked into the cultivation room. Tan Tai Lien followed him in and changed the topic. What should we do? Summon the phoenix. You don't have to worry about anything else. I'll do it. This method is only temporary. Before you can completely achieve an absolute balance between yin and yang, the phoenix cannot coexist for too long. At that time, I will help you. Chen Hao said. However, he did not dare to say too much. His heart was also very conflicted. He could only temporarily not think about it. He threw it to the back of his mind and took 1 step at a time. Oh, he still hasn't come out after so long. Could it be that Xiao Yan and Chen Hao together can't drive Lang Yihan away? Li Yifeng and the other 2 had unknowingly returned to Chen Hao's palace. After a full 2 hours, the palace's restriction was still locked. There were no signs that Chen Hao was going to leave. Tan Tai Lien also did not come out. It's a unique battle. Let's wait patiently. Yang Fan said. Who will win? Ni Jianping looked at Li Yifeng and asked. Nonsense. Of course, Chen Hao and Xiao Yan will win. If Lang Yihan wins, what will happen? If that's really the case, we will all have to avoid Chen Hao, especially me. It's not a good thing to be too handsome. Elder Wu. Okay. Just as Li Yifeng was feeling smug, a figure strangely appeared in front of the 3 of them. Greetings, Elder Wu. Yang Fan and Ni Jianping hurriedly bowed. Why are you all outside? Where's Chen Hao? Elder Wu, Chen Hao, Lang Yihan, and Xiao Yan are discussing something. We dare not disturb them. Elder Wu, you came at the right time, hee. Lang Yihan. Didn't he leave? Elder Wu was slightly surprised. Left? No, they are clearly in the palace. It's been 8 hours and they still haven't come out. Then you must be mistaken. 6 hours ago, Lang Yihan stepped out of our Zhaixing sect, Elder Wu said. When Lang Yihan left Chen Hao's palace, it was naturally the nameless old man who took him away. But if he left the Zhaixing sect, he could not leave without anyone knowing. First, it was impolite, and second, it was impossible to explain. After all, Lang Yihan's reputation was his alone. It can't be. This. Elder Wu, if that's the case, then Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian might be cultivating. We can't disturb them. This. Li Yifeng hurriedly said. Oh. Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian are cultivating together. Yes. It should be. Xiaoyan went in 2 hours ago. It should be when Leng Yihan secretly left. Good. Kid, you're quite clever. Don't worry, old man won't disturb them cultivating together. The Phoenix inheritance is nothing. One is a martial genius, and the other is a martial genius. This is the real power. Okay, you three go back. They're sneaking around, but you're still waiting here. Aren't you looking for trouble? If Tan Tai Lian sees it and doesn't cultivate anymore, what will you do? Go back, go back. Yes, yes. Li Yifeng and the other two had strange expressions on their faces as they hurriedly replied. Then, they quickly left. Seeing the three of them leave, Elder Wu revealed a smile on his face. He pointed his finger at the door of the palace. Immediately, there was a flash of light. A secret manual and a jade bottle that was clearly a high-grade medicinal pill merged into the door. This brat didn't even go to collect his reward, and I had to personally send him off. Young people are full of vigor and vigor. I have to teach him a lesson someday. Don't just focus on playing and forget about cultivating, Elder Wu muttered to himself. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of Chen Hao's palace. GGA. Inside the cultivation room, the sky was filled with a sea of fire. Phoenix and Phoenix, two illusory figures, circled and danced above Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian. They seemed to be playing, and they let out cheerful cries. Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian sat opposite each other with their palms pressed together. Waves of mysterious aura and pure yang energy constantly flowed out from between Chen Hao's brows and quickly merged into between Tan Tai Lian's brows. This scene had already lasted for 2 hours. Tan Tai Lian's delicate body trembled violently, and her brows were tightly knitted. She was obviously in extreme pain. On the other hand, Chen Hao was sweating profusely. His handsome face was actually redder than the surrounding flames. His eyes were like two torches that stared straight at Tan Tai Lian, as if he was enduring incomparable torment. Gaga, Gaga, the Phoenix and Phoenix that circled above their heads used their unique language to communicate. Phoenix, Chen Hao's temperament is really firm. He can even withstand this, yes. If only he wasn't so firm, we would never have to be separated. Phoenix, can we think of a way? Let's burn a fire for him and Xiaoyan. Don't have such thoughts. The existence in Chen Hao's body said that if we dare to do that, it will definitely destroy our bodies and souls. He can do it. The azure dragon and white tiger are now tamed like little insects. I can escape this sea of suffering and be with you. As for the rest, let's wait for the future. Chen Hao definitely can't do that now. If he really can't endure it, that existence will probably directly cut off this fusion. Then we'll be in trouble. The Phoenix hurriedly said in fear. Oh. Why not use the perfect fusion of yin and yang? That way, regardless of whether it's Chen Hao or Xiaoyan, they can both improve again. I don't understand either, but he definitely has a deeper intention for doing this. It's not something we can speculate. In short, it's definitely not a bad thing for Chen Hao. Oh. You can try. Just as the Phoenix and Phoenix were communicating, a voice filled with endless majesty suddenly sounded in the minds of the two birds. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Don't worry, we definitely won't go against your wishes, I'm asking you to try. Slowly activate it. This is also a kind of training for him. Burn this little girl's clothes first. Burn Chen Hao's too. Just say it's an accident. This kid is very stubborn. Don't say I asked you to do it. The majestic voice said again in an unquestionable tone. You. Are you serious? Nonsense. Do it. Okay, I'll do it. GGA. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, following the two cries of the phoenix, the sea of fire in the sky suddenly burst into flames with a boom. In an instant it was unknown how many times more terrifying it was. At the same time, the star-picking robes on Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian's bodies, which were said to be impervious to fire and water, directly turned into ashes. Chen Hao, who was full of vigor and vitality, had been holding on to his mind and using the method taught by the mysterious existence through the phoenix. His eyes were open, staring at Tan Tai Lian. He couldn't close them even if he wanted to. Moreover, he had to stimulate some of his impulses in order to truly complete it. Coupled with the stimulation of the vital yin in Tan Tai Lian's body, her graceful figure, her beautiful face, and other factors, how painful would it be to endure such a situation? But now, it actually added fuel to the fire. In an instant, Chen Hao's eyes turned red and he almost lost his mind. Chen Hao wanted to close his eyes, but this damned mysterious technique had completely taken control of his eyes, allowing him to clearly see Tan Tai Lian's naked body. Her sparkling and smooth skin, dazzling snow-white twin peaks, dazzling two bright red spots, slender waist without any excess fat, flat lower abdomen, lush and mysterious area. At this moment, Chen Hao was endlessly tempted, a huge temptation, an almost irresistible temptation. No, no, absolutely not, Chen Hao crazily roared in his heart, wanting to cut off this endless temptation in his mind, but he couldn't do it. He only felt that his blood was about to burn, his body temperature was rapidly rising, and his breathing became heavier and heavier, like a bellows. Tan Tai Lian's eyes were also wide open, and she also saw Chen Hao. Fourth update. Begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 223. However, she was in even more pain than Chen Hao. Her soul and body were suffering unimaginable pain under the refinement of Chen Hao's mysterious and powerful pure yang energy. Tan Tai Lian was also suffering from the same endless temptation as Chen Hao. Men and women were not different in certain aspects. They both had primitive desires hidden deep in their hearts. However, women were not as easily affected and tempted by the outside world as compared to hot-blooded men, especially when it came to pure visual impulses. However, once that kind of feeling burst out under certain circumstances, it would not be inferior to a man's. It could even last longer and be wilder. Moreover, in a sense, Tan Tai Lian was already in the position of being conquered. Although her inner reserve and pride prevented her from tearing off the final veil, it at least proved that she had accepted Chen Hao and did not have as many scruples, burdens, and responsibilities as Chen Hao. How would Tan Tai Lian feel in such a situation? Without a doubt, it would be more painful than Chen Hao's. However, she had a strong advantage that Chen Hao did not have. She was completely helpless. Even if she had reached a point where she could not control herself, she could not do it if she wanted to. Other than being able to see Chen Hao with her eyes open, her body and her energy were all under the control of Chen Hao's mysterious and powerful energy. She could not control herself at all. She could see the raging flames of lust burning in Chen Hao's eyes, and she could feel that Chen Hao wished for nothing more than to eat her up. Of course, she could also feel that Chen Hao was using his strong reason and temperament to suppress her. However, this sudden burning caused all of their clothes to burn to ashes. It allowed the two of them to meet openly. A gentleman's balls were bare, and a beauty's peaks were revealed. Endure, endure, endure. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Pink skeleton. Gentle village, hero's mound. Who cares, first, no. I, Chen Hao, have an indomitable spirit. I swear to reach the peak. If I can't even resist this little girl, how can I reach the peak? Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Lust, emptiness, lust. There's also Yu and Xiao Wu. I can't be heartless, so I can't be reckless. No matter who is in front of me, even if it is little Lien, even if it is little Wu, even if it is Yu, I can only treat it as a training, a test. Nothing can stop it. Why should I worry so much? Do as you please, do as you please. No. Desire is like the water of the Yellow River, once released, it cannot be retracted. Chen Hao was immersed in a battle between heaven and man. His blood-red eyes were almost spitting fire as he uncontrollably stared at Tan Tai Lian's graceful and alluring body. Taoists grow 1 foot, demons grow 10 feet, demons grow 1 foot, Taoists grow 10 feet. In this kind of battle between heaven and man, Chen Hao's mind was on the verge of collapse, enduring an unimaginable torment. Gaga, Feng and Huang's figures hovering above their heads were constantly drawing closer and closer. They were communicating in a special language, and their auras were gradually fusing. They were very clear about the habits and expectations of humans. This Chen Hao's temperament is really powerful. Huang said. It is a bit powerful, but unfortunately, I don't feel anything from this scene. Feng said. Of course you don't feel anything, we are not humans. Although we understand them, it is fundamentally impossible for them to have human feelings. Huang said, humans are quite good, their clothes can be taken off, and when they are taken off, they are more attractive. Although we look very ugly, they are obviously more willing to look at those who are not wearing clothes, and our clothes can't be taken off, if we take them off by force, it will be ugly to death. What are you thinking? Our Phoenix clan is much more beautiful than humans. We can't appreciate their beauty, they can't understand our beauty. If you could understand, you wouldn't be little divine beasts. Suddenly, the voice full of endless majesty sounded again, humans are the spirits of all living things. Don't think that you are complacent just because you are divine beasts. You are just stronger than ordinary humans, but the only ones who can set foot on the peak are humans. Even I am a product created by humans. Do you know why humans are born weak like ants, but can grow step by step into an indomitable existence? Because of emotions, human emotions. The most complicated thing in the world. The great Tao is ruthless, and humans have emotions. It is a contradictory existence. If you want to achieve the great Tao, you must be ruthless, but if you really are ruthless, it is impossible to understand the great Tao. It is very mysterious. This. Then how can one understand the great Tao? Feng asked in surprise. I don't know, but, maybe he has hope. It is very similar to my former master, but there is also a slight difference. The great Tao is ruthless, but it has emotions, break for me. Boom boom boom. Following Chen Hao's shout in his mind, there was a roar in Chen Hao's mind. At this moment, the endless temptations and thoughts were cut off by a sword of wisdom that was full of energy. At this moment, Chen Hao's soul seemed to have penetrated the fog and bathed in the faint sunlight. It was also like he had experienced the baptism of a torrential rain. He saw his nature clearly and woke up from a deep sleep. Staring at Tan Tai Lian's beautiful body, Chen Hao's desire was still burning like fire, but his eyes gradually became clear. This feeling was very mysterious. Even Chen Hao couldn't understand it. He still wanted, and he wanted very much, very much. However, it could no longer make his mind chaotic. The endless flames of desire still made him feel like his body was burning, but it also couldn't cause Chen Hao to feel pain. His soul seemed to have transcended to a higher realm of primitive desire. He was admiring Tan Tai Lian, and at the same time, admiring himself. I am obsessed with desire, but I am also detached from desire, not bad. Fuse. The voice of the mysterious existence gave the phoenix an order at this moment. Ga. A sharp, loud, and earth-shattering cry was suddenly heard. The phoenix and phoenix circled above Chen Hao's and Tan Tai Lian's heads. They spun quickly and became closer to each other. In the end, they couldn't be distinguished from each other, as if they had become one. Ga. After an even louder cry of the phoenix sounded again, the two phoenixes merged into one and formed a ray of crimson light that entered Tan Tai Lian's head. Boom! At the same time, Tan Tai Lian, who hadn't freed herself from the temptations, suddenly had an explosion in her mind. Raging flames immediately rose around her body. She, who was completely naked and sitting cross-legged, slowly rose up and was enveloped by the raging flames. The enchanting thoughts around her were instantly burned to ashes by the raging flames, disappearing without a trace. Her mind became empty. At the same time, the mystery of the phoenix's nirvana began to rise in her mind. Bang! Tan Tai Lian, who was immersed in the complete inheritance of the phoenix, didn't know that at this moment, Chen Hao was lying on the ground, exhausted. His chest was heaving up and down violently, and his eyes were wide open. He was completely exhausted. Only a certain part of his body was valiant and high-spirited. Phew! Let's retreat quickly. No, let's take another look. It's just a look. Anyway, I've already seen it, right? Chen Hao, who was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looked at Tan Tai Lian, who was completely naked above him and cultivating cross-legged. This angle, let's retreat. Retreat. Chen Hao resisted the urge to have a nosebleed and decisively cut off the messy thoughts in his mind. With a whoosh, he rushed out of the cultivation room. It had to be said that in this state where he had completely regained his freedom, the temptation he received was more or less a little different from the temptations just now. Because at this moment, he didn't have any psychological restraints. He didn't need to activate energy or cultivation techniques. He simply didn't have any pressure to do anything, the temptation was naturally greater. However, because he didn't need to use cultivation techniques or do anything, it became extremely easy to cut off the temptations. Out of sight, out of mind. How simple was that? Rushing out of the cultivation room, Chen Hao directly jumped into the huge bath in the palace. With a thought, majestic ice attribute energy poured into the bath. The boiling hot water instantly condensed into ice and wrapped Chen Hao's entire body in ice, including his head. Damn it, didn't you say there was no problem at all? Where are the clothes? Why did the clothes burn? I know, you can hear me. Let the treasure-hunting sword spirit tell me. Chen Hao gradually calmed down under the effect of the ice energy. At this moment, he began to curse in his mind. Accident, accident. It's related to Feng and Huang, as well as you and Tan Tai Lian. Who asked you to have such strong desires? Burning with desire isn't a joke. It's already considered good that only the clothes were burned. Said the treasure-hunting sword spirit. Don't talk to me about accidents. In the future, don't play this game with me. In the future, don't do things that you don't have confidence in. Tell him, no matter how strong he is, in my body, he has to listen to me. Fortunately, it's Xiao Lian. What if it's someone else? Chen Hao said angrily. Crack. At the same time, Chen Hao broke the ice and jumped out of the bath. He quickly put on his clothes and did not continue to dwell on this issue. Anyway, it had already happened. Moreover, Chen Hao could feel the increase in his soul power. How could the so-called accident be real? Chen Hao was not stupid. He naturally knew that the mysterious existence did it on purpose to train him. But Chen Hao still said it. Because this kind of training was not necessary. Like he said, fortunately, it was Tan Tai Lian. After all, even if today's incident did not happen, he and Tan Tai Lian had reached the stage where they would take each step one by one. Today's incident would at most aggravate the situation a little. It was not much. But what if it was other unrelated girls? It was already unclear if there were 3. Chen Hao did not want to get involved with any flowers or grass. 3 was already too much. It was so much that he could only let nature take its course. He did not want to waste any energy on these aspects because he was still very weak. When Chen Hao walked to the hall of the palace, he immediately saw a secret manual and a jade bottle. The first part is more. Monday, please recommend it. Thank you. Chapter 224. As Chen Hao had expected, he flipped open the slip of paper beside the secret manual and jade bottle. It was indeed the reward for being joint first among the advanced disciples. Elder Wu and the steward of the first peak were the only ones who could send items through the restriction on the palace gate without his knowledge. Instant kill sword technique, a top Khanate realm sword technique. Instantly condenses a lifetime's worth of cultivation to counterattack. As fast as lightning. It is an instant kill. Use with caution. Berserker Pill, can instantly increase one's strength by 3 times for an hour. After 10 hours, one will have no combat ability. It is also known as a life-saving pill. Use with caution. Chen Hao read the slip of paper. No wonder they used jade slips. This secret manual was different from any that Chen Hao had seen before. It was a secret manual condensed from jade slips. When he entered the sect, Chen Hao already knew that all powerful and precious cultivation techniques were condensed from jade slips. After anyone used it, the jade slips would shatter to prevent the secret manual from being stolen and leaked. Not bad. But this reward is a little strange. Did Elder Wu specially make this? Chen Hao frowned and muttered. Secret manuals and pills were used to save one's life when one was on the verge of death. They were not very useful for Chen Hao's cultivation. That must be it. Everyone knows about the conflict between me and Fan Fang. It's good that I haven't gone out to train. If I really go out to train, I will inevitably be hunted down. That's not right. Fan Fang is at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm. Even with this instant kill sword technique and berserker pill, it won't solve the problem. Could it be because of Yuan Dao? Chen Hao shook his head. He did not understand and did not probe further. He directly put the secret manual and pills into the storage space of the Xianhuang ring. At this moment, it was not the time for him to cultivate. Hiss. Chen Hao turned into a gust of wind and silently floated into the cultivation room. He forced himself to close his eyes and not look at Tan Tai Lien. He directly sat opposite her in the raging nirvana flames. After sitting down, he quickly released a thick smoke that floated between him and Tan Tai Lien. Although he was deceiving himself, Chen Hao still did it. It was one thing whether he could deceive her or not. He just had to insist that he didn't see it. Whether Tan Tai Lien believed him or not, there was finally a way out. By doing so, he could at least maintain a distance between them like last time. Otherwise, Chen Hao wouldn't know how to continue dating Tan Tai Lien. For the current Chen Hao, there were some things that he would have to avoid. An hour later. The raging nirvana flames finally began to converge on Tan Tai Lien's body. At the same time, a dense aura began to emanate from her body. Sure enough, as Chen Hao had expected, Tan Tai Lien, who had temporarily obtained the complete inheritance of the phoenix, had advanced. Moreover, she had directly broken through 3 barriers from the 8th grade of divine intent to the 2nd grade of divine intent. Following the disappearance of the nirvana flames, a strong stench once again emanated from Tan Tai Lien's naked body, just like the time when she had obtained the inheritance. Tan Tai Lien, who was still immersed in the profound concept of the inheritance of the phoenix, was about to slowly open her eyes. Her nose twitched, and the strong stench caused her to frown slightly and wake up a little. The scene of the two of them being naked flashed across her mind. Without any suspense, a scream exploded from Tan Tai Lien's mouth. Immediately, Tan Tai Lien covered her twin peaks and jumped up. Everything before her was dark. Phew. What are you screaming for? All right. So smelly. Hurry up and wash up. Throw away the clothes on you. Go, go. Chen Hao covered his nose and waved his hand. Although he was hidden in the black fog, he still did it properly. When Tan Tai Lian, who was feeling ashamed, heard Chen Hao's words, especially the two words so smelly, she wanted to immediately find a hole to hide in. All other thoughts disappeared instantly. She only knew that she was smelly, very smelly, so smelly that she wanted to vomit. How would Chen Hao feel then? Throw away the clothes. He. The ashamed Tan Tai Lian was confused. She didn't have time to think. Taking advantage of the dark room in front of her, she directly rushed out of Chen Hao's cultivation room with one hand covering her chest and the other hand covering her buttocks. She definitely couldn't go back at this time. She could only go to Chen Hao's bath to wash up. Ah! Such cold water, and ice. After Tan Tai Lian jumped into the huge bath, she, who wasn't mentally prepared, suddenly shuddered and said. But she couldn't care less. She rubbed the oily and black smelly things off her body. What made her blush and ashamed was that the entire bathtub smelled. She hurriedly turned on the water tank and the water tank. Immediately, hot water began to flow into the bathtub. Tan Tai Lian stood under the water tank and washed herself. Wah! So smelly, so smelly. Xiao Lian, burn your clothes. Don't keep them. It's too smelly. I'm afraid my palace will be open for 2 or 3 days before it returns to normal. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going out first, scram. Tan Tai Lian roared. How could she, who was already ashamed to begin with, endure Chen Hao's repeated blows? She was so angry that she wanted to cry. She wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. But, since Chen Hao was so shameless, what could she do? She could only take one step at a time. At least, although Chen Hao was shameless now, he wasn't heartless enough to abandon her, right? Moreover, Chen Hao's actions didn't seem to be a bad thing for her. Because she wasn't mentally prepared at all. With a sinister and smug smile, Chen Hao released his deity-level aura for the first time after rushing out of the palace. He began to fly in the air. Clouds automatically condensed under his feet, and his flying speed instantly increased by more than 2 times. What made Chen Hao even happier was that the energy he consumed was also reduced by several times. With his freakish recovery speed, there was almost no consumption. This meant that if he wanted to, he could fly endlessly. The Xiaoxing sect stretched for hundreds of miles and had a radius of nearly 1,000 miles. In name, there were 3,600 peaks. This referred to the peaks that were combined with the Xiaoxing sect's restrictions. In reality, there were countless small peaks. Even the disciples of the Xiaoxing sect, including those who had been promoted to inner and core disciples, might not have all been there. And these peaks and danger zones were where the disciples of the Xiaoxing sect cultivated outside of their rooms. After all, many cultivation techniques were more suitable for cultivation in a natural environment. Walala, the waterfall fell 3,000 feet. A giant waterfall that looked like the Milky Way appeared in front of Chen Hao. It was 1,000 feet high and 100 feet wide. It was magnificent and magnificent. Chen Hao's heart trembled. Ever since Chen Hao had arrived at the Xiaoxing sect, he hadn't wandered around. His understanding of the Xiaoxing sect was still limited to that thick book. This is the famous outer heaven waterfall of the Xiaoxing sect. It really is a sacred place for cultivation. Chen Hao thought to himself as he sensed the extremely dense water attribute energy. His gaze was fixed on the numerous figures who had cultivated near the huge pool under the waterfall, in the pool, and under the waterfall. Some were sitting cross-legged on the water, meditating. Some were waving their swords at the water. Some were standing directly under the waterfall, resisting the terrifying impact of the water and constantly waving their palms. Senior Brother Chen Hao. Wow, Senior Brother Chen Hao. What caused Chen Hao to be slightly astonished was that as soon as he descended to the edge of the pool, some of the nearby young disciples noticed him, and their gazes were filled with surprise as they called out respectfully. Especially the two female disciples, their eyes were full of stars as they looked at Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled and nodded slightly to the crowd. This is the Outer Heaven waterfall, right? Yes. Senior Brother Chen Hao, are you here to test your sword? That's great, it's an eye-opener. Senior Brother Chen Hao is the #1 advanced disciple. Maybe he will succeed. Hey, come out, Senior Brother Chen Hao is here to test his sword. Ahem. Chen Hao coughed awkwardly. He didn't expect these disciples to be so enthusiastic. Chen Hao had learned about the so-called sword test from the information. It was also a standard to test one's strength. But he really didn't mean to test his sword. He just wanted to take a look. But these disciples all agreed that he was here to test his sword. Moreover, they even called out his name. In an instant, without waiting for Chen Hao to speak, they all gathered around and looked at Chen Hao expectantly. There were low-level disciples, middle-level disciples, and advanced disciples. The advanced disciples' cultivation was naturally higher than Chen Hao's, but their eyes were still full of respect for Chen Hao, and they also called him Senior Brother. Senior Brother Chen Hao, if you can succeed, even if it's only for a breath, you will definitely be rewarded. Ha! Our star-picking sect doesn't have a disciple in the nascent realm who can succeed. Senior Brother Li Long and many other 9th-level martial gods have tried. Senior Brother Li Long is the current record holder among the outer disciples. He cut half of the waterfall and lasted for a breath. Said an advanced disciple. Is that so? Chen Hao's interest was piqued when he heard the senior disciple's words. This wasn't recorded in the information. Yes, it said that many experts in the Golden Core realm can't completely cut off the waterfall. Even if they can, it can't last for more than a few breaths. The outer sky waterfall is thousands of feet high and falls vertically. Its power is very terrifying and strange. Once someone tries to completely cut it off, its power will soar to a whole new level in a breath. Usually, only experts practice here. If it weren't for the ranking competition, there would be more people here. Senior Brother Chen Hao, let us see it. Senior Apprentice Brother Chen Hao, come, everyone's out. A female disciple looked at Chen Hao with a face full of adoration. Okay, I'll give it a try. Chen Hao's arrogance was aroused by the advanced disciple's words. As he spoke, his figure flashed and he stepped out, appearing in the center of the pool. Water was indeed not ordinary water. It had great buoyancy and was several times denser than ordinary water. It was somewhat similar to the moat of Xianhuang ancient city. Chen Hao didn't immediately draw his sword. Instead, he released his mind and sensed the aura of the outer sky waterfall. Chapter 225. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 10 minutes. After a full 10 minutes, not only did Chen Hao's aura not rise in the slightest, it even completely disappeared from everyone's senses. If it wasn't for the fact that they could see Chen Hao with their eyes, they probably wouldn't even think that there was someone there. After 15 minutes, Chen Hao, who seemed to have fallen into deep thought, finally emitted a fierce aura, and the expression on his face flickered with a wisp of strong excitement. This is simply a holy land for me to practice my carving skills. It can change 1,000 times in an instant, and its power is vigorous. Let's try it first. Clang! The spirit sword was unsheathed, and Chen Hao's majestic and terrifying fusion energy suddenly spread out. He slashed horizontally in front of the waterfall, separated by dozens of feet. Hiss! The extremely condensed sword qi, with Chen Hao as the core, radiated and condensed into a curtain of light, cutting straight at the waterfall. The onlooking disciples suddenly widened their eyes in anticipation and excitement, especially those inexperienced junior disciples. This was the first time they saw someone who dared to test his sword, and they were full of expectations for Chen Hao. Several senior disciples, including the one who spoke to Chen Hao just now, were also looking forward to it, but deep in their hearts, they did not have much hope. After all, Chen Hao's strength was in his combat strength, and flying was absolute power. In their opinion, at this moment, Chen Hao could only cut half of the waterfall and maintain it for one breath. At the level of Li Long, it was probably the limit. After all, Li Long was still stronger than Chen Hao in terms of absolute power. Moreover, Chen Hao would definitely be in a difficult situation. This was inevitable. Because anyone who tried to cut the waterfall would suffer a terrifying energy backlash. The stronger the sword tester, the longer the sword test, and the stronger the waterfall's power. It would become stronger as the cultivator became stronger. Even if it was a cultivator at the peak of the golden elixir stage, it was equivalent to fighting with a cultivator who was stronger than them. The only difference was that when you gave up, the power of the waterfall would also disappear. Cut it all. Senior Chen Hao wants to cut it all at once without even trying. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Several senior disciples whispered when they saw the range of Chen Hao's sword qi. Break. When Chen Hao's light screen was about to cut the waterfall, he let out a clear shout. The speed of the sword energy suddenly increased by several times, and at the same time, it became stronger. If you cut the water with a knife, the water will flow even more. In order to sever this 1,000-meter tall and 1,000-meter wide waterfall, in addition to having a vast amount of energy, one must also have a continuous stream of sword qi. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sever the waterfall. In other words, Chen Hao's sword qi light screen had to be completely seamless, and it had to be within a range of 300 meters. At the same time, this sword qi light screen had to be strong enough. Otherwise, the falling waterfall would definitely instantly pierce through it. Hiss. Voila. Ah. Success. It can't be. When the 100-zhang-wide waterfall suddenly split in half from a height of several hundred zhang above the pool, countless splashes of water splashed out on the sword qi light screen, emitting a dazzling radiance under the sunlight. The surrounding disciples immediately let out cries of surprise. One breath. Voila. Whoosh. Whoosh. In just one breath's time, the sword qi light screen controlled by Chen Hao's mind was directly shattered by the terrifying energy that was suddenly more than twice as powerful. At the same time, there was a huge energy explosion, and numerous water swords shot out like sword lights, slashing towards Chen Hao. What a terrifying power! Chen Hao was shocked in his heart, yet his figure drifted indeterminately, and he moved back and forth between the numerous water arrows in an extremely natural and unrestrained manner while twisting strangely. This similarly continued for the time of a breath of time before the water arrows vanished, and Chen Hao stood there leisurely. He still stood at his original position, and there wasn't the slightest trace of water on his clothes while his long hair fluttered with the wind, causing him to be extremely refreshed. Obviously, not a single drop of water had landed on him. Just when everyone was in shock, Chen Hao suddenly attacked again. The result was the same as the first attack. Although Chen Hao used all his strength, he still could not hold on for more than one breath's time, and the terrifying power broke through the sword light and attacked him. Helplessly shaking his head, Chen Hao's figure flashed, and he flew up on a cloud. Glancing at the shocked crowd, he said, "Thank you for letting me win. You can continue to cultivate." This outer sky waterfall is indeed a holy place for cultivation. After finishing his words, Chen Hao ignored the crowd's persuasion and compliments and left in a flash. 2 breaths' time is not something I can resist at all. It seems that I have to at least improve by 1 or even 2 levels. Of course, if I continuously attack with my sword, it might be possible, but then it will not be just one attack. This place is really good. It's a pity that there are too many people. Let's wait until the 7 Stars Cave comes out. Chen Hao thought to himself. He had a strong interest in this outer sky waterfall. The ever-changing life trajectory was a holy place for him to cultivate his carving skills, and the strange power that it contained that could constantly increase was also an excellent place for him to refine his realm. Chen Hao knew very well that if he could hold on for 2 breaths' time and increase the power of the waterfall to another level, the water arrow when it exploded would be even more terrifying. It would not be as easy to resist as it was now. She should have left, right? Chen Hao thought to himself as he slowly landed in front of his palace. He directly pushed open the palace door. Chen Hao. Ah. Little Lien, why are you still bathing? Chen Hao was caught off guard by Tan Tai Lien's angry voice that came directly from the bathroom. If he had known this would happen, he would have opened the palace's restriction in advance. I'll go take a look, come back, don't go. I don't have any clothes. Tan Tai Lien was hiding in the bathroom. She was so anxious that she stomped her feet and shouted anxiously. Her previous clothes had long been torn and lost in the many battles. The star-picking robe of the star-picking sect was said to be impervious to fire, water, and dirt. There was only one set, and it would not get dirty or spoiled when worn. Because of this, Tan Tai Lien did not have any outer clothes in her storage ring other than some chest wraps and underwear. She did not buy any clothes either. This was because no one would have expected that the star-picking robe would be burned. Ahem. What should I do then? I have quite a lot of clothes, but they don't suit you. Why don't you wait for a while? I'll go find Elder Wu and see if he can get another set of star-picking robe for you. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Remember to clean my bathtub. You. Get lost, go now. I'm going. Chen Hao screamed and rushed out of the cultivation room. Damn it, even he had forgotten something. At this moment, he was not wearing the star-picking robe. Even if he wanted to get away with it, if Tan Tai Lien saw that he did not have the star-picking robe, wouldn't it be obvious that he was lying? After Chen Hao left quickly, Tan Tai Lien, who was wearing a small dudu and panties, her fair skin, slender legs, and slender waist were all exposed. She was angry and embarrassed, and her face was flushed red. She bit her lip hard and cursed Chen Hao's shamelessness. After making sure that Chen Hao had left, Tan Tai Lien lowered her head and sniffed her arms, body, and underarms. After making sure that there was no stench other than the faint fragrance of a virgin, she felt a little more at ease. Then, she sniffed around the bathtub again. There seemed to be no smell. Will there be a smell outside and in the cultivation room? Tan Tai Lien was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Although she was very angry with Chen Hao, she did not want to let Chen Hao smell the stench that even she could not stand. It was too embarrassing. Standing on her bare feet, Tan Tai Lien pushed open the bathroom door and quickly walked into the hall. She took a deep breath, and then another. There's nothing. The palace has a purification function. Chapter 226. Originally, Chen Hao didn't have much interest. After all, Tan Tai Lien had just obtained the complete inheritance of the Phoenix and had advanced to the 2nd grade of the Intense Saint realm. No matter if it was her physical body or her strength, they had both received a shocking increase. She indeed needed a great battle to vent. However, at this moment, the words sounded different to Tan Tai Lien's ears, especially when she saw Chen Hao's current expression. In her anger, Tan Tai Lien shouted and waved her sword at Chen Hao without the slightest scruple. Phoenix Heaven Burning Sword. After receiving the complete Phoenix inheritance, Tan Tai Lien had also received the complete set of the Phoenix inheritance. Furthermore, she could use it alone. Originally, Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lien could use this sword technique together. However, if they wanted to unleash its true power, they would have to merge their yin and yang together. Their hearts and minds were connected, and there were no barriers between them. However, at this moment, if Tan Tai Lien was using it alone, there was no such problem. With a swing of his sword, numerous nirvana flame dragons whistled out and covered the entire cultivation room. After that, they were like a single spark that set a prairie ablaze, transforming into a sea of flames that covered the sky as they attacked Chen Hao from all directions. Chen Hao was very clear that if an expert of the same level as Tan Tai Lien encountered this move, they would have a headache. They would probably be defeated in one move. Just the terrifying nirvana fire alone was enough for an upper-grade martial sage to use his full strength to block it. However, the most terrifying thing was not the nirvana fire. Instead, it was the sword light formed by Tan Tai Lien's energy and the nirvana fire amidst the flames. This was the real killing move. In this narrow space, Chen Hao had no way of dodging. He had no other choice but to take it head-on. Of course, Tan Tai Lien's angry attack seemed to be nothing to Chen Hao. If you have the ability, use the same level of energy as me. Just as Chen Hao was about to attack, Tan Tai Lien said confidently. She was smart. Although she was proud of her current strength, she knew that she was no threat to the abnormal Chen Hao. After all, Chen Hao was already a first-grade divine martial sage. In terms of cultivation level, he was much higher than her. Furthermore, his combat power was so abnormal. No problem. Feel free to make your move. I guarantee that you'll be sincerely convinced and impressed. Whoosh! Chen Hao said arrogantly. As he spoke, he indeed retracted his vigorous energy. His two palms suddenly struck out, and 18 huge dragons that also seemed to be condensed from flames instantly roared out. 13 of them circled around him, blocking the sea of fire and sword light that filled the sky. 5 of them violently charged towards Tan Tai Lien. Shameless boasting. Break! Tan Tai Lien said confidently when she sensed the sharp decrease in Chen Hao's energy. Her powerful control ability was fully displayed at this moment. She swung her sword again and again. At the same time, the sword light that was about to slash Chen Hao's body strangely intertwined with Chen Hao's dragon palm force under her control. Hiss hiss hiss. Chen Hao's 5 huge dragons that were attacking Tan Tai Lien were actually the same as Tan Tai Lien's sword light that was attacking Chen Hao. Under Chen Hao's control, they didn't choose to clash head-on. Instead, they moved forward. It directly turned their battle into a competition of energy control. This made Tan Tai Lien grit her teeth in anger. However, she had to admit that Chen Hao's spiritual power was terrifying. She, Li Yifeng, and the others already knew this when they were in the divine martial ruins. It was just that Chen Hao had never really shown it to them. Tan Tai Lien could feel that her 13 sword lights were completely blocked by Chen Hao's 13 huge dragons. Even the nirvana flame couldn't penetrate them at all. The strength of their energy was exactly the same as hers. However, Chen Hao's 5 huge dragons that were attacking her continued to advance. It was as if they were spears that were about to pierce through. She was busy dealing with them. Obviously, she was still inferior to Chen Hao in the area of control. Explode! Tan Tai Lien decisively gave up on the competition of control. She didn't want to tangle with Chen Hao and directly detonated her sword lights. The exploding sword lights immediately turned into raging nirvana flames. They crazily gathered into a huge crimson sword light and charged toward Chen Hao in an unstoppable manner. Close! Rip! Almost at the same time, the 18 huge dragons that Chen Hao had formed also gathered into one and violently met Tan Tai Lien's huge sword light. Rumble! The huge explosion resounded in the cultivation room, causing Chen Hao's entire palace to tremble violently. Terrifying heat waves filled every inch of space in the cultivation room. If it was an ordinary person, just this heat wave alone would be enough to turn them into ashes. Phoenix Nirvana, Heaven Burning Sword. Gga. Two strange cries that resounded through the heavens and earth were suddenly heard. The shadow of a phoenix that was entwined in one body flew out from the top of Tan Tai Lian's head at this moment. With a rip, it merged into Tan Tai Lian's sword. The color of the sword immediately turned red, like a red-hot stick. Extremely mysterious runes were condensed on the surface of the sword. Let's see how you block it. Hiss. No way. Is this possible? Chen Hao was shocked. Tan Tai Lian's peak sword was indeed very powerful. However, Chen Hao was not shocked by this, but by Tan Tai Lian's rascality. This bitch actually completely gave up on defense and treated herself as a dead object. She directly charged over violently. Moreover, in an instant, all her essence, energy, and spirit were condensed on the sword. Under the premise of restricting his own energy, Chen Hao had 10,000 ways to kill Tan Tai Lian. However, there was no way to break this sword without killing Tan Tai Lian. What else could he do other than take it head-on? However, if he were to take it head-on, Chen Hao's restricted energy at this moment didn't seem to be as powerful as the combination of Tan Tai Lian and the Phoenix inheritance. The speed was very fast. It was so fast that Chen Hao had no way to dodge or hide. At this moment, Chen Hao's mind turned rapidly. Tan Tai Lian was a rascal and Chen Hao could only accept it. He couldn't kill her. To be exact, this was Tan Tai Lian taking advantage of his weakness. She was also confident that Chen Hao wouldn't do that. Then, this condition was eliminated. As for the others, was he going to be injured by this bitch? If that was the case, wouldn't what he said just now be boasting shamelessly? Pig, seeing that the sword was about to reach him, Chen Hao had a flash of inspiration. His palms shook and suddenly slapped out. Crash! Boom 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 boom. At this moment, Chen Hao's powerful mental energy control caused his palm energy to transform into a waterfall from the heavens. It was like a thick water arrow that emitted a crashing sound. The strength was not strong, but it was continuous and continuous. The sound of the explosion was also not loud, but it also became a line. Chen Hao's attack couldn't be used in a real battle. This was because it was completely disregarding the cost and continuously exhausting his energy. Moreover, it didn't have much power and couldn't cause any serious damage to the enemy. However, at this moment, in this special battle, Chen Hao's attack was useful. Not only could it ensure Tan Tai Lian's safety, it could also continuously exhaust the energy of Tan Tai Lian's attack. It wouldn't take long. As long as it was within Chen Hao's range of endurance, Chen Hao would be able to break it without being injured. However, pooh! To Chen Hao's surprise, Tan Tai Lian's powerful attack suddenly disappeared. Before Chen Hao's flowing energy touched Tan Tai Lian's body, she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Whoosh! In shock, Chen Hao didn't care about limiting his energy. He directly turned into a stream of light and caught up with Tan Tai Lian, who was about to hit the wall. What are you doing? You bastard! Tan Tai Lian broke free from Chen Hao and said angrily. After saying that, she didn't fight anymore. She turned around and walked out of the training room. Chen Hao chased after her and said, "You made a mistake in judgment." What does it have to do with me? I made a mistake in judgment. You did it on purpose. Tan Tai Lian turned around and said angrily. After saying that, she turned into a stream of light and left quickly while enduring the serious injury. Looking at Tan Tai Lian's disappearing figure, Chen Hao revealed a smile that Tan Tai Lian had never seen before. He muttered, "Women are really unreasonable. You're clearly a scoundrel, but you don't allow others to be a scoundrel. Besides, am I a scoundrel? I was just a little late." It wasn't just a little late. Although Tan Tai Lian really wanted to beat Chen Hao up, when her sword was about to reach him, she saw that Chen Hao still didn't show any signs of attacking. He just stared at her, and her heart softened. If Chen Hao had really let her attack him, no matter how abnormal Chen Hao was, he would probably have been turned into slag. How would she dare to hesitate? At the critical moment, she could only violently withdraw her attack, not caring about the backlash. From Tan Tai Lian's point of view, Chen Hao was acting like a scoundrel just like her. He knew that she wouldn't kill him, so he deliberately didn't attack. As for Chen Hao's weak attack at the end, it was directly ignored by her. Why bother? You've already done it, and you still have to pretend. Even if you want to pretend, you should be more impressive. Do you think that kind of attack can block my attack? Therefore, after Tan Tai Lian dragged her heavily injured body back to her palace, she didn't feel relieved. Instead, she felt even angrier. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to enter the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven in 2 days' time, Tan Tai Lian wouldn't even be in the mood to recuperate. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Whoosh! After Tan Tai Lian left, Chen Hao directly entered into a state of cultivation. The short period of lingering and charming caused ripples in the lake of his heart, and then he immersed himself in the depths of his heart and couldn't cause any more ripples. Cultivation, becoming stronger, and everything else, at least for a short period of time, were just fleeting clouds to him. If he wanted to achieve immortality and protect his family and friends, he had to constantly become stronger and reach the peak. This was his obsession. The obsession to look down on the world and win the glory of the strong. He could stay for a short period of time, but nothing could stop him from moving forward. At this moment, the liquid energy in Chen Hao's dantian was like the Yangtze River and the sea, surging endlessly. Moreover, it was several times more condensed than when he first obtained Ito Ta's nascent soul. There was a trace of stickiness and condensation. Ito Ta's nascent soul was constantly splitting out wisps of energy, which became the target of Chen Hao's refinement. 2 days, only 2 days. After experiencing the challenge in the arena and entering a state of cultivation, Chen Hao finally made a breakthrough and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He finally succeeded in comprehending the high-level energy of the nascent soul. Chapter 227. Originally, Ito Ta's nascent soul was a bomb that could shatter him at any time for Chen Hao. But now, it had become Chen Hao's elixir. Moreover, it contained extremely pure energy. Even if it contained a demonic aura, it was a good thing for Chen Hao to train his mind when refining. It was obviously impossible to eat it in one bite, but with the suppression of the mysterious runes, it was equivalent to a large number of elixirs that could be used at any time and stored in Chen Hao's dantian. When the nascent soul was completely used up by Chen Hao, it was also the moment when Ito Ta's soul was completely destroyed. Phew, Chen Hao let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. The peak of the second stage of the divine level only comprehended the high-level energy for a little more than a day. Not bad. With the energy provided by the nascent soul, 3 months in the 7 Stars Cave Heaven should be enough for me to break through to the 9th stage of the divine level, or even the golden elixir realm. Chen Hao murmured with a trace of excitement on his face. It's time to go to the star-picking peak. I wonder if that girl is still angry. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he quickly left the palace. The palaces of Tan Tai Lian, Li Yifeng, Yang Fan, and Ni Jianpain were not far away from Chen Hao and could be seen directly from the void. Releasing his own aura, Chen Hao sensed that the restriction on Tan Tai Lian's palace was still activated, so she must still be in the palace. After a slight hesitation, Chen Hao flew to Tan Tai Lian's palace and knocked on the door. Is this how you knock on the door? Immediately, Tan Tai Lian opened the door and stared at Chen Hao. Let's go. Chen Hao looked calm and ignored Tan Tai Lian's words. After that, he domineeringly released a stream of energy that wrapped around Tan Tai Lian and rose into the air. Tan Tai Lian struggled for a while but to no avail. She could only stare fiercely at Chen Hao, who acted as if nothing had happened. After a while, she finally returned to normal. The sun had risen from the west for Qianhao to come and ask her to go with him. Although he was still domineering, rude, and unreasonable, but, the anger in Tan Tai Lian's heart disappeared, and she even felt a little satisfied. This feeling made Tan Tai Lian despise herself a little. He had only called her once. What was there to be satisfied about? Whoosh! Qianhao brought Tan Tai Lian with him as they flew across the sky like flowing light. He pushed his speed to the limit. Without the guidance of the token, he only needed to look at the highest peak at the core of the Xiaoxing sect that reached into the sky to confirm that it was the Xiaoxing peak. It only took them a few minutes to cover the distance of several hundred miles and they landed on the peak of the towering mountain. Under the guidance of an old man, the two of them entered the depths of a large courtyard filled with palaces. The star-picking sect's sect master, Yuan Tairan, several inner sect elders, and the outer sect 10 great elders had already arrived. By the time Qianhao and his companion arrived, more than half of the 30 disciples had already arrived. When they saw Qianhao and Tan Tai Lian, Qianhao didn't think much of it. However, Tan Tai Lian's aura of stepping into the intense saint level immediately attracted the attention of the sect master, all the elders, and the disciples who had already arrived. They were all shocked and astonished. Tan Tai Lian's mental strength was far beyond that of a first-grade intense saint. She seemed to have reached the peak of the low-grade intense saint level. 3 days ago, Tan Tai Lian was still a low-grade disciple of the 8th-grade intense sect. In just 3 days, she had advanced to the intense saint level. Moreover, she was not just a first-grade intense saint. How could she advance so quickly? Only Elder Wu looked at Qianhao with an extremely strange gaze. He thought to himself, why didn't this kid's aura increase by much? The dual cultivation of the Phoenix legacy should be able to increase a lot regardless of the level. Tan Tai Lian has obviously advanced by several grades. He should have at least advanced by 2 or 3 grades, right? However, Qianhao's aura was still that of a low-grade martial god. Compared to Tan Tai Lian's, the increase was obviously very small. Maybe this kid's talent is too abnormal and he needs too much energy. Elder Wu thought to himself when he thought of the intensity of Qianhao's energy. It seemed that this was the only explanation. In this old man's opinion, Qianhao and Tan Tai Lian had truly begun the fusion of yin and yang. He knew when he gave Qianhao the reward, but he was not sure. However, when Qianhao asked him for the star-plucking robe and 2 sets of it from Tan Tai Lian, this old man was completely sure. At that time, he even reminded Qianhao not to be immersed in love and to pay attention to dual cultivation. After all, the fusion of yin and yang was also a form of cultivation. However, many young men and women would often be immersed in the joy of the physical body and forget to cultivate. However, only Wu Zichuan was surprised by Qianhao. The others were surprised by Tan Tai Lian's improvement. In their hearts, Tan Tai Lian and Qianhao should have been Tao companions with the fusion of yin and yang. Naturally, they did not have Wu Zichuan's thoughts. Alright, everyone is here. The 7-star grotto heaven is about to open. Among those present, Li Long and Yuan Dao have entered the 2nd level. There are also a few who have entered the 1st and 2nd levels. All of you are already aware of the 7-star grotto heaven situation. I'll repeat myself. Regardless of whether it's the 1st level, the 2nd level, or the 3rd level, there is no difference in essence. The only difference is the quantity and intensity of the heavenly Tao and nomological laws. A few minutes later, when all 30 qualified disciples had arrived, Yuan Tairan said slowly. As for the heavenly Tao nomological laws, it's not something that can be forcefully comprehended. Everything depends on one's luck and perception. It's best to let nature take its course. The most important thing is to refine and absorb the rich and pure energy. The energy in the 3 levels is the same, and there is no difference. Your main goal is to raise your cultivation base. 3 months will be a period of bitter meditation for all of you. You will enter a sealed space and lose all contact with the outside world. How much you can improve depends on you. The 7-star grotto heaven is actually not as simple as you think. Unfortunately, even after 1,000 years, no one has been able to open a higher level. Sect Master, is there more than 3 levels in the 7-star grotto heaven? A disciple could not help but ask. What is the 7-star grotto heaven? You can only see 1 star on each level. The 3rd level only has 3 stars. There are 4 more stars, so there might be 4 more levels. Sigh. It's a pity that our star-picking sect, including me and the secluded Grand Elders, were unable to comprehend the mysteries within when we were young. Even now, we have only opened 3 levels of the 7-star grotto heaven. If the 7-star grotto heaven could be fully opened, our star-picking sect would have long broken away from the title of a 3rd-grade sect. Work hard, all of you. Perhaps the opportunity lies within you. Whoosh! A moment later, a brilliant light suddenly rose from an open space in the middle of the crowd. A series of mysterious runes condensed on the hard rock ground, like a painting, and soon appeared clearly in front of everyone. Among the huge runes, there were 10 circular openings that could fit 1 person. The 10 disciples of the 1st level enter the circular openings. Elders, get ready. Yuan Tairan said in a deep voice. Tan Tai Lien glanced at Chen Hao and quickly entered the runes. The moment the 10 people entered the circular openings, Yuan Tairan and the elders immediately sent out a ray of energy into the runes. There was a violent fluctuation in the space, and 10 light pillars appeared. Tan Tai Lien and the others disappeared before everyone's eyes. Hiss. The runes changed on their own, and the dense lines had slight differences. The disciples of the 2nd level, enter. It's your turn, all of you, enter. Hiss. Chen Hao felt the space around him distort. His vision, hearing, and perception were temporarily blocked. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a strange space. It was dark night. It was pitch black all around. He could not see anything except for a bright star in front of him. The star was very bright, but it could not penetrate the darkness. Chen Hao could only see 1 star. As for the rest, he was completely clueless. His night vision was useless. It was true darkness. There was not a trace of light, and it could not reflect light. Was it air, liquid energy, or solid energy? Chen Hao did not know, and he could not judge. He only felt that his body was filled with extremely pure and dense energy. It was liquid energy, but when Chen Hao moved his body, he could not feel any movement of water. It was air, but when he breathed it into his lungs, he felt like he had breathed in heavy water. It could be metal, but it felt solid. Li Long, Yi Wendao, and the others, who had already entered the 7 stars paradise, did not hesitate and immediately began to cultivate. Yi Wendao, in particular, had a crazy and burning gaze. He, who was already half a step to the Golden Core realm, did not suppress his aura anymore. He immediately began to break through to the Golden Core realm. The humiliation and unwillingness of fighting to a draw with Chen Hao had tainted his slaughter sword Dao, which had been advancing bravely, with dust. If he couldn't truly defeat Chen Hao, or even kill him, then there would always be a shadow in his heart of slaughter, and it would have a huge negative impact on his cultivation. Therefore, in these 3 months, he had to improve crazily. As for the so-called heavenly Tao, just as the sect leader said, he would let nature take its course. What should belong to him, he could naturally comprehend through cultivation. What did not belong to him, he could not obtain it even if he forced it. This was fate and destiny. He believed that his fate and destiny were never worse than anyone else's. At least, no one in the star-picking sect could compare to him, few. Such dense and pure energy. No wonder everyone is fighting to get in. This is equivalent to an endless supply of high-grade elixirs. It all depends on how much you can refine and absorb. Even the nascent soul can be saved, Chen Hao exclaimed in his heart. But he still did not start cultivating. Instead, he focused his gaze on the star that was still bright and dazzling in the endless darkness. Even though no starlight could shine on Chen Hao's body, Chen Hao could still sense the mysterious aura from the star. Without a doubt, this was the so-called heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, when Chen Hao deliberately tried to sense it, this aura disappeared. It was like a game of hide-and-seek, unfathomable, fleeting, and distant. It was also like the moon in the water. He had only probed it for a moment before it completely disappeared. Third update. Begging for votes, recommending votes, the number of votes is decreasing. Dark Mountain is in chaos. How sad. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. What made Chen Hao astonished was that, although his body's movements were no different from when he was in the outside world, when he activated his energy, performed his martial arts, and punched and waved his palms, it was as if he was immersed in sticky glue. He was greatly obstructed, and his speed and prowess were reduced by more than 10 times. It became extremely difficult. What Chen Hao had wanted to do was to use the fastest speed possible to deplete all of his energy. With no one to battle with, he could only do this by himself. Only by repeatedly releasing, refining, and absorbing his energy would he be able to continuously push his limits. Only then would he be able to make his powers increasingly powerful. When the time came, he would naturally be able to break through the barrier and advance to the third grade of the divine level. However, with this discovery, while Chen Hao was astonished, he also felt unusually excited. Practicing the sword and cultivating in the water was an excellent cultivation method to begin with. If he could move freely in the water, then once he was on the ground, the prowess and speed he displayed would increase by several times. When he was on earth, when he cultivated the solitary sword technique and other martial arts, he had done it in the water. Moreover, as his strength increased, he had also used advanced technology such as the gravitational field. However, after coming to this world, with the strength of his physical body, the richness of the energy of heaven and earth, and the level of his previous state of mind, he was naturally able to perform all kinds of martial arts. He only needed a short period of adaptation to be able to unleash power that was far stronger than what he had been on earth. Therefore, all this while, although Chen Hao had also specially cultivated martial arts when he was on his own, he had never trained as fiercely as he had on earth. The first reason was that the water resistance was negligible to him. The second reason was that even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. In this world of martial arts, it was impossible for him to rely on his own strength to create any high-tech things. There was no need, nor was he interested. Now, the magical resistance of the 7 stars grotto heaven made Chen Hao excited. He was so excited that he forgot his main purpose and directly immersed himself in the cultivation of the solitary sword technique. Starting from the simplest sword move, he repeated the same action mechanically over and over again. In the beginning, under the terrifying resistance, Chen Hao's sword was very, very slow. Even the direction of the sword being squeezed would deviate. However, Chen Hao was not tired of it. He forgot everything and only had cultivation in his heart. Only the sword was left. He constantly sensed the changes in the resistance and subtly changed the way he used his energy, the posture of the sword, the path, little by little. 2 hours, 4 hours, half a day, after an entire day, the speed of Chen Hao's sword was obviously much faster and more stable than before. Although Chen Hao did not have the opportunity to go outside to test his sword, he knew that his realm of swordsmanship had definitely improved. Phew! This sword is almost done. It's time for the second sword. How could I forget about the important matter? At this time, Chen Hao remembered that the main purpose of coming to the 7 stars grotto heaven was to refine his energy and improve his realm. Not to practice his sword. But, although that was what he said, Chen Hao wanted to practice his swordsmanship here even more. After all, such an environment was also something that could only be found by chance. If he missed it, it would be gone. Where would he find such a good place to practice his swordsmanship in the future? Refining energy and improving his realm. Although it was bad outside, there were elixirs, primordial crystal stones, and there was another sacred place for cultivation. Anyway, I have to squander all my energy. Refining and practicing my swordsmanship together will do. No, at this point, Chen Hao suddenly realized that he had practiced for a full 12 hours and the energy in his body had not been consumed at all. Not only that, but it had also improved. Especially the liquid energy in his dantian, it seemed to have become a little more condensed. What was going on? The surprised Chen Hao hurriedly sat cross-legged and carefully sensed the situation in his dantian. After a while, he finally confirmed that the quality of his energy had improved. Although it was only a little, Chen Hao knew what this meant. Liquid energy. Since he had refined the energy in his body into a liquid state, there had been no improvement. It was not until 2 days ago when he comprehended the high-level energy of the nascent soul that the liquid energy in his dantian had become a little more condensed and dense. Obviously, it was not a simple matter to make the energy more condensed. But now, through practicing his swordsmanship, the energy in his dantian had magically condensed. What is the effect of exhausting my energy in condensing it again? Chen Hao thought excitedly. Without any hesitation, he instantly launched a series of violent attacks. Every punch, every palm strike, and every sword strike was filled with boundless and terrifying energy. What he wanted to do was to use up all of his energy in the shortest amount of time possible to completely refine and recover the energy in his body. Although it was only a little condensed, Chen Hao believed that as long as this little bit of energy was completely refined, it would definitely allow him to advance to the 3rd grade of the divine level. But, even so, Chen Hao used a full hour and still had half of his energy left. It had to be said that the energy in this cave was really too rich and too pure. Even if Chen Hao did not enter meditation to refine it and was consuming it crazily, the speed of its self-recovery had increased by many times. This directly caused the energy that could have been used up in a few minutes to be only half consumed in an hour. No, it's too much of a waste of time. I can't even condense the energy in my body into an attack. Fuck. How could I forget the insta-kill sword technique? Chen Hao suddenly thought of the unique skill, the insta-kill sword technique, which was rewarded for being tied for first place this time. The insta-kill sword technique, the top sword technique of the innate level. It instantly condenses the power of a lifetime and counterattacks as fast as lightning. It's called an instant kill. Use it with caution. Chen Hao thought of the introduction of the insta-kill sword technique. Without any hesitation, he took out the jade slip from the storage space. No wonder I didn't understand why this reward was given. It turns out that it's to allow the 7 stars cave to consume its energy faster and save time. No, if it's for this, it should have been given to us to cultivate earlier. After all, no unique skill can be comprehended in a short time. Of course, this is for ordinary disciples. Fortunately, it's a jade slip. Chen Hao said confidently. In the endless darkness, Chen Hao could only sense his own body and see the star. He could not see anything else. If it was a secret manual recorded in ordinary words, even if it was in his hands, Chen Hao would not be able to cultivate it. However, the jade slip was different. Hiss. A wisp of pure energy was injected into the jade slip. Immediately, a wisp of mysterious runes flew directly into the space between Chen Hao's eyebrows. Immediately, the incantation of the insta-kill sword technique, as well as a more detailed explanation, appeared clearly in Chen Hao's mind. I see. After Chen Hao saw the incantation and the detailed explanation, he immediately knew that his judgment was correct. There was only one move in the insta-kill sword technique. When one first started cultivating it, if one was unable to comprehend its mystery, one would not be able to control one's own energy. One move would consume all of one's energy. Only when one truly comprehended it and gradually became familiar with it would be able to control it slightly and use 3 moves consecutively. Only then would it be considered a great success. Being able to control how much energy one move would consume was the pinnacle. After Chen Hao confirmed that there were no mistakes, he took a deep breath. Step by step, he activated his own energy according to the insta-kill sword technique's energy circulation method. Immediately, the energy in his dantian was like a river bursting through a dam. It surged through his meridians and began a special cycle, surging towards the sword in his hand. Buzz! 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 The sword began to vibrate violently. Chen Hao felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were being crazily extracted. When it reached the limit of what he could bear, Chen Hao shouted loudly and slashed out with his sword. The first part. Please recommend it. Chapter 229. Hiss. If this was in the outside world, it would definitely cause a terrifying shockwave. However, in this strange space, Chen Hao, who was one with the sword, only managed to travel a few hundred feet before he stopped due to a huge resistance. There was not even a single ripple in the surroundings. However, he had achieved his goal and exhausted all his energy. Refining his energy, practicing the solitary sword technique, using up all his energy in an instant, just like this, Chen Hao began to cultivate crazily. His cultivation and combat strength were increasing at a speed that was several times faster than the outside world. The energy he breathed in and out became more and more vigorous and majestic. In another sealed area on the 3rd level. Hiss. 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 In the pitch-black space, sounds of air being pierced could be heard. A terrifying killing aura could not spread out in this special space. However, wherever the sword passed, ripples would appear, as if it was trying to break through the restrictions of the surrounding energy. Such a terrifying power was not something Chen Hao could compare to. Golden Core Realm. Only after entering the Golden Core Realm could one be so terrifying. After Yi Wenwen entered the 3rd level of the heavenly abode, he, who was half a step away from the Golden Core Realm, broke through the barrier and entered the Golden Core Realm in less than 4 hours. A huge door of cultivation was opened for him. The energy he absorbed with every breath was several times that of the Xiantian realm. Yi Wenwen was sure that his strength had increased by more than 8 times at this moment. The red golden core in his dantian rotated slowly. With a slight thought, he could release a terrifying energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Massacre Sword Art, 1st Sword. 2nd Sword. 3rd Sword. 9th Sword. Boom. 9 swords connected as his strength increased. When Yi Wenwen executed the 1st sword to the 9th sword, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted in front of him. The strange space fluctuated violently. Even the stars in front of him, which seemed to be within reach, shook violently at this moment. Rays of starlight actually took advantage of the moment when the sword qi broke through the darkness and poured onto Yi Wenwen's body. At this moment, Yi Wenwen, who had exhausted all his energy, sat cross-legged and entered the state of cultivation again. To his surprise, there was a trace of understanding in his mind. Heavenly Tao Laws. Heavenly Tao Laws. 3 days. In just 3 days, I've captured a strand of Heavenly Tao Laws. I want to see how Chen Hao is going to tie with me. Ha! Yi Wendao could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart after he truly came into contact with the heavenly law of the catoptric deflection. Just by advancing to the Golden Elixir realm, Yi Wendao had absolute confidence that Chen Hao would not be able to retaliate at all under his sword. After all, although Chen Hao's battle prowess was high, he was still only a martial god. Although Yi Wendao did not believe that Chen Hao was only a rank 1 martial god, with Chen Hao's previous cultivation as a reference, he was at most a medial grade martial god. He should not have hidden much. In just 3 months, no matter how abnormal Chen Hao was, he could only be promoted to level 9 martial god at most. After all, the barrier between the martial god realm and the gold elixir realm was not so easy to comprehend. Especially for Chen Hao, who had made a great leap forward, it was even more difficult to comprehend this barrier. No, that might not be the case. Yi Wendao, who was feeling proud in his heart, suddenly began to doubt himself. With Chen Hao's talent and comprehension, he might really be able to advance to the gold elixir realm. After Yi Wendao fought Chen Hao to a draw, although he did not agree with the outcome and attributed it to the sect leader, he had to admit that Chen Hao's strength had exceeded his expectations and had truly attracted his attention. Therefore, he had thoroughly investigated Chen Hao's information. When he thought of how Chen Hao had created miracles since he started from the 100 Empire ranking, he began to feel uncertain. Humph, what am I worried about? So what if he has advanced to the gold elixir realm? Isn't that even better? I can challenge him legitimately and defeat him, or even kill him, to eliminate my inner demons. In 3 months, I will definitely be able to combine the 9 swords of the massacre sword art into one and break through to the second stage. Who can stop me? I am the number 1 genius of the star-picking sect. No one can compare to me. Phew, letting out a long breath, Yi Wendao directly cut off all distracting thoughts. His state of mind was clear as he calmly immersed himself in tempering and comprehending. The previous sword attack had allowed him to capture a strand of the heavenly Tao law. This had already allowed him to vaguely understand how to comprehend more of the heavenly Tao law. That was to use his strongest attack to break through the endless darkness and be bathed in the starlight. Now, only 3 days had passed. There were still 2 months and 27 days. On the first floor, Tan Tai Lien was also immersed in cultivating crazily. Having just truly merged with the Phoenix's inheritance, she still had a huge potential that had yet to be unearthed. 2 nirvana flames had already made her physical body stronger than ordinary genius martial sages. Almost all the impurities in her body had been expelled from her body. Such an advantage was definitely unimaginable to ordinary intent martial sages. Once intent martial sages stepped into the martial sage realm, the most difficult thing was tempering the physical body like cultivators. This was also the main reason why intent martial sages were restricted from improving. However, this most difficult thing had become the easiest for Tan Tai Lien. There was almost no restriction at all. The direct result of this was that, Tan Tai Lien had just stepped into the 7-star cave to cultivate for a day, and her entire body emitted a dense aura. On the 2nd day, it appeared again. On the 4th day, it appeared again. On the 8th day, it appeared again. Chen Hao felt that his improvement was already fast enough. However, if he were to know Tan Tai Lien's improvement speed, he would probably be so ashamed that he would find a piece of tofu to kill himself. As for Tan Tai Lien, on the 8th day, which was the 4th time she had advanced, the bright stars actually penetrated the endless darkness on their own. Faint starlight poured onto Tan Tai Lien's body. A strand of the heavenly Tao law naturally allowed Tan Tai Lien to have a slight understanding. Tan Tai Lien did not feel proud at all. Instead, she was still fully immersed in cultivating. It could not be helped. As long as anyone treated Chen Hao as their goal, it would be hard for them to feel proud. In particular, Tan Tai Lien subconsciously thought that since she could improve so quickly, Chen Hao would definitely be faster than her. What was there to be proud of? However, she did not know that this time, she could really be proud. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed quickly. This was the last day. The 7 stars grotto heaven would only be open for 3 months. On the last day, the mysterious runes on the Zhai Xing peak would appear again and last for an entire day. The disciples cultivating in the 7 stars grotto heaven would come out of the 7 stars grotto heaven on their own from time to time. They would not come out at the same time. There was no pattern to the order in which they came out. After thousands of years of inheritance, the Xiaoxing sect was already clear that this was determined based on one's cultivation situation. Usually, they would come out when they had just finished cultivating. If they were cultivating, they would not be interrupted. Only disciples who had not yet awakened from their cultivation state would be ejected at the same time at the last moment. On this day, early in the morning, the Xiaoxing sect master, Yuan Tairan, the inner sect elders, and the outer sect elders all gathered on the Xiaoxing peak. 2 hours later, the mysterious runes finally opened slowly under the expectant gazes of the important figures of the Xiaoxing sect. About 15 minutes later, the space above the mysterious rune's core suddenly fluctuated violently. "It's out," an outer sect elder said. Hiss. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. "Greetings sect master, greetings elders." The disciple who had just walked out of the 7-star paradise had a trace of excitement on his face as he bowed. This disciple was ranked 6th among the lower disciples, Li Xiaojiang, who had entered the first layer of the paradise. "Xiaojiang, what grade? What did you comprehend?" the elder of the 6th peak asked with anticipation as he sensed Li Xiaojiang's aura. Boom! Li Xiaojiang immediately released his aura. With a trace of joy on his face, he said, "5th grade martial saint, I have comprehended the true essence of the earth attribute." Good! The elder of the 6th peak immediately praised. Not bad. From a 9th grade martial ancestor to a 5th grade martial saint, you have jumped 5 grades and even comprehended a heavenly law. Such a result is not bad. Yuan Tairan's eyes flashed with admiration and excitement as he spoke. It seems that this disciple's harvest this time will be great. Many elders thought to themselves. Of course, they knew that the excitement in Yuan Tairan's eyes was not because of Li Xiaojiang. Li Xiaojiang's talent was not bad, but among the 30 disciples, he was only below average. If he could improve so much, then what about the others? Although no one else had come out as a reference, it was at least a good sign. As long as a few more people came out, it would be confirmed. If the people who came out did not improve much, then it could only be said that Li Xiaojiang's performance was outstanding and he had obtained opportunities and luck that others did not have. If all of them were good, then it was really good. Hiss. After a while, another disciple came out. What made everyone happy and Li Xiaojiang ashamed was that the 7th-ranked disciple who had just entered the 2nd layer of the paradise had also jumped 5 grades, from a 9th-grade martial saint to a 5th-grade martial god. Furthermore, he had also comprehended a heavenly law. Soon, 6 hours had passed. Out of the 30 disciples, 27 had already come out. The overall improvement of 27 people was better than in previous years. Among the 27 people, apart from the higher disciples, the lowest had increased by 3 grades, and the highest had increased by 7 grades. Li Long and the other higher disciples had a total of 8 people. Including Li Long, 4 of them had broken through the Xiantian barrier and stepped into the early Golden Core realm. Among the 27 people, 10 of them had comprehended a heavenly law. Just the current results had far surpassed in previous years. Not to mention, the 3 people that everyone was looking forward to the most had yet to come out. Once these 3 people came out, if nothing unexpected happened, the overall results would be higher. These 3 people were Yuan Dao, Chen Hao, and Tan Tai Lien. Everyone, including Yuan Tairan, was looking forward to the cultivation level of these 3 people. This was especially true for Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lien. It was not that Yuan Dao was inferior to the 2 of them, but that Yuan Dao was a half-step Golden Core realm cultivator. It was certain that he would enter the Golden Core realm. However, after entering the Golden Core realm, his improvement would be limited. At most, he would be at the peak of the early Golden Core realm. However, Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lien were different. Chapter 230. There was no doubt about Yi Wendao's talent and comprehension. If Chen Hao did not come to the star-picking door, no one among the outer disciples could compete with him. How much could he improve? It was certain that he could reach the Golden Core realm. However, it could only be the early stage of the Golden Core realm. After surpassing the innate realm, one's cultivation progress would become extremely slow. Without sufficient time, opportunity, comprehension, and spiritual pills, it was normal for one to stay in the early stage of the Golden Core realm for a few years. Even a super genius like Yi Wendao would not be able to improve from the early stage to the middle stage without 1 or 2 years. This was also the reason why people were looking forward to Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian. They were still far away from the Golden Core realm and had more room for improvement. In 3 months, could Chen Hao improve from the 1st grade martial god to the 9th grade martial god or the Golden Core realm? How much could Tan Tai Lian, who was already a 2nd grade martial saint, improve? Time passed by. Seeing that the closing time of the 7 Stars Paradise was getting closer, everyone's expression became more and more expectant. Everyone knew that in a short while, the 3 of them would be forcefully ejected from the 9 Stars Paradise even though they were cultivating. However, the 3rd floor of the 7 Stars Paradise. Only 2 hours were left before the closing time of the 7 Stars Paradise. Massacre sword art, 9 swords in 1, break. Hiss. The man and sword became one, turning into a brilliant sword light that tore apart the endless darkness. It was like a blood-red rainbow that pierced through the stars. Shortly after, the stars emitted a resplendent light and the sword light disappeared. Yi Wendao appeared under a magical night sky. He stared at the 7 stars hanging high in the night sky with an arrogant and excited expression. The 1st floor of the 7 Stars Paradise. Only 1 hour was left before the closing time of the 7 Stars Paradise. Nirvana flame, burn heaven and earth, break. GGA. Whoosh. Accompanied by 2 phoenix cries that resounded through the world, raging flames rose up. Tan Tai Lian, who was in the flames of Nirvana, was like a dazzling meteor. She streaked across the endless darkness and charged towards the illusory stars. The stars were resplendent. Tan Tai Lian disappeared into the endless darkness. Did he come in? Tan Tai Lian's beautiful eyes shone with excitement as she stared at the 7 stars in the night sky. Even she did not expect herself to improve so quickly. In just 3 short months, her level had soared. Breaking through Willpower Saint and stepping into Willpower was already beyond her imagination, but in the end, when Tan Tai Lian stepped into the Intent God realm, she had fused the Phoenix inheritance to the 6th step. Tan Tai Lian's physical body had been completely refined into a Nirvana golden body, causing her speed of advancement to soar once again. When the 3 months were about to end, she had unexpectedly broken through to the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm. Furthermore, she had formed a subtle connection with the 7 Stars Paradise, allowing her to understand what she needed to do and how she should do it. And now, she had done it. He had stepped into the true 7 Stars Grotto Heaven. It wasn't the 7 floors that the sect master had mentioned, but a separate space. The 7 stars were aligned, blooming together in a space. It was almost the same situation as Yi Wendao. Just as Tan Tai Lian appeared, a figure who had been cultivating for almost an hour suddenly opened his eyes several thousand feet away from Tan Tai Lian. Someone else has comprehended it. Could it be Chen Hao? This figure was Yi Wendao. After sensing the sudden ripple in the space, Yi Wendao immediately guessed that it was Chen Hao. This was because among the 30 disciples who had entered this time, only Chen Hao's talent, comprehension, and strength were comparable to his. Chen Hao had broken through the shackles of endless darkness and entered the true 7 Stars Grotto Heaven. Good. Very good. This is the best. This is where you belong. Yi Wendao's eyes shone with arrogance and viciousness as he mumbled. Even though he knew that since Chen Hao had entered, He must have also stepped into the golden elixir realm, but he was not afraid at all. There was only a monstrous killing intent. This was because he believed that after advancing to the early stage of the golden elixir realm, mastering the 9 swords as one, and stepping into the second level of the massacre sword principle, Chen Hao would definitely not be a match for him. Since Chen Hao had entered, how could he let him go? Even if he had to sacrifice some of his cultivation time, it would be worth it. This was because, as someone who cultivated the massacre sword principle, he would not allow any failure. If he did not kill Chen Hao, there would be a heart demon in his massacre heart, which would become the main factor that restricted his cultivation. If he did not kill Chen Hao now, even if he had the ability to kill Chen Hao after leaving the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven, the sect would not allow it. At most, he would lose the battle. However, that outcome was obviously not as satisfying as killing Chen Hao. Hiss. As soon as Yi Wendao finished his words, he turned into a ray of light and flew in the direction of the ripple. This mystical space of the 7 Stars Pearl was filled with even more heaven and earth energy. The only difference was that it had become 7 resplendent stars. Moreover, the resplendent starlight had merged into one, bringing with it a profound aura that could pierce through the darkness and directly pour onto one's body. At all times, one could sense the profound aura of the heavenly Tao laws. The entire space seemed to be under the starry sky. It was no longer an endless darkness where one could not even see one's own fingers. It was not something the 1st to 3rd levels could compare to. Tan Tai Lien, who was staring at the 7 stars excitedly, suddenly felt a sharp and terrifying killing intent spread over. She quickly turned her head and saw a ray of light approaching her from afar. Under the faint starlight, Tan Tai Lien could not see the other party's appearance. However, this aura instantly made Tan Tai Lien frown slightly. What a strong killing intent. It should be Yi Wendao. Tan Tai Lien instantly determined the other party's identity from his aura. Among the 30 disciples, only Yi Wendao's killing intent was so strong. A bad premonition appeared in Tan Tai Lien's heart. It was obvious that Yi Wendao had sensed the ripple when she entered the space. What was he doing here instead of cultivating in such an excellent place for cultivation? Tan Tai Lien frowned as she looked at the rapidly approaching figure. She silently circulated the energy around her to the maximum. It's actually her. Yi Wendao, who had wanted to attack directly, suddenly stopped when he was 100 feet away from Tan Tai Lien. He stared at Tan Tai Lien with a cold expression and thought to himself in surprise. The strong killing intent on his body was slightly restrained before it erupted again without restraint. His eyes were filled with viciousness and cruelty as he looked at Tan Tai Lien. However, he did not immediately attack. Before Tan Tai Lien entered the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven, she was only a low-grade intent saint. I didn't expect her to advance to the Golden Core realm. She's Chen Hao's Tao companion, and she's an intent one. Such a Tao companion is a treasure in the cultivation world. Yi Wendao's mind spun rapidly. His expression became increasingly cold and vicious. Before entering the 7 Stars Paradise, although he was a little envious of Chen Hao for having a Tao companion like Tan Tai Lien, he did not take it to heart. After all, there was a huge gap between Tan Tai Lien and Chen Hao's combat strength. They still needed time to really get used to each other. But now, Tan Tai Lien's terrifying advancement made him feel a huge threat. The intense saint had entered the Golden Core realm. Once such a woman walked out of the 7 Stars Paradise and dual cultivated with Chen Hao would be like a fish in water and obtain incomparable benefits. The speed of their cultivation advancement would surpass that of ordinary disciples. Even he could not compare. Unless he could also find a Tao companion like Tan Tai Lien. But how could it be so simple? Die. This woman must die. Otherwise, even if Chen Hao has not advanced to the Golden Core realm now, he will advance rapidly because of this woman after he leaves. She is a huge threat to me. Chapter 231. Yi Wendao seemed to have casually swung his sword, but in fact, he was also slightly shocked. Tan Tai Lian, who had just reached the golden core stage, attacked furiously. This was definitely the strongest attack that Yi Wendao had ever encountered. Even he did not dare to let his guard down. Although he made it sound easy, he had directly used the second level of the massacre sword principle to fuse the first 3 swords into a single sword. Don't kill me, don't kill me. With me by your side, I can definitely help you dominate the world of cultivation. Itoda, who was being suppressed by the 5 divine beasts in Chen Hao's mind, begged for mercy in fear. At this moment, Itoda's nascent soul was not being refined by Chen Hao. Instead, under the suppression of the mysterious runes, it was absorbing the endless energy of heaven and earth, making it bigger and stronger. Moreover, the new energy was like a chain that separated the original energy of the nascent soul, imprisoning it piece by piece. Even if Itoda's soul was destroyed, the energy it contained would not be able to cause any trouble. Because of this, Chen Hao decided to kill this fly in his mind. You are just a prisoner, a remnant of your soul. Can you help me dominate the world of cultivation? Chen Hao said disdainfully. Yes. Absolutely. I've been roaming the eastern continent for hundreds of years. I'm experienced and knowledgeable. I know a lot of secrets that your sect disciples don't know. I also have the great art of possession and the Ecstasy Heart Sutra in my head. The art of possession can make you immortal and stay young forever. The art of ecstasy is even more powerful. It can be used for dual cultivation. You can use yin to supplement yang. It can increase your enjoyment. Other than these 2, I also have the art of concealment. With your amazing talent, you can definitely cultivate it to the highest level and hide your cultivation level at will. Oh. Is it really as good as you say? It's absolutely true. You have just entered the world of cultivation and might not know. I, Itoda, am only at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. However, I can do whatever I want in the eastern continent. Not only the core disciples like Yi Feishue, but also countless elders and rogue cultivators who are stronger than them want to get the reward for killing me. However, no one can do it. It's because I have these 3 ultimate techniques. If not for my poor talent and my inability to find a strong physical body, I would have stepped into the embodiment realm or even the essence soul realm a long time ago. The incarnation realm, also known as the leaving aperture realm, was an existence 1 level higher than the nascent soul realm. When the nascent soul left the body, it would form an avatar. At the highest level, the nascent soul could be divided into 9 avatars. It was equivalent to having 9 extra lives. Chen Hao turned into a stream of light and sensed the aura of the phoenix. Anger rose in his heart. Tan Tai Lian being able to enter the 7-star cave was completely out of Chen Hao's expectations. Yi Wendao was the only one who could be in danger. Thinking of Yi Wendao's terrifying battle strength and talent, Chen Hao was sure that it was Yi Wendao, even though he had not sensed any aura. Otherwise, even an expert like Li Long would not be able to threaten Tan Tai Lian now. Chen Hao knew that since Tan Tai Lian could enter this place, she must have reached the golden core stage. Otherwise, no matter how strong the intent realm was, she would not be able to break through the endless darkness. Even when Chen Hao was at the peak of the dual god realm, he could not break through, let alone Tan Tai Lian. Tan Tai Lian, I'll give you one last chance. With your talent, if you can become my Dao companion, not only me, but you will also be able to improve tremendously. I, Yi Wendao, agree to let you be my Dao companion. How about it? Yi Wendao had used the second realm of the massacre sword principle to combine 6 swords into 1, but he still could not suppress Tan Tai Lian. He was truly shocked. This was especially so for Tan Tai Lian's quintessential essence, which could give birth to crystals with just a thought, the strength of the phoenix's inheritance, and her beautiful face, which was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Yi Wendao was truly tempted. The quintessential essence produced by an intent realm cultivator would bring him endless benefits if he were to dual cultivate with her. Although in his heart, as well as everyone else's, Tan Tai Lien was already Chen Hao's woman, for the sake of cultivation, he gave in and said that they would be Dao companions. Although he was destined to be despised and mocked by some people, as long as he could increase his strength rapidly, it was fine. Whoever said that would be killed. When he was strong enough and Tan Tai Lien was of no use to him, he could just abandon or kill her. Dream on. Tan Tai Lien, who was covered in flames and covered in wounds, said sternly with a furious expression. Blood was still flowing out of her mouth. However, the Nirvana flame's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and her delicate body was trembling. Not only was she severely injured, but even the phoenix was severely injured and extremely weak. It was no longer able to help Tan Tai Lien launch any attacks. This was the true massacre sword Dao, combining 6 swords into one. Tan Tai Lien knew that she was probably going to die here today, but she had no regrets. The only thing in her mind was Chen Hao, who was sometimes cold and sometimes warm to her, but could also avoid her. Although Yi Wendao's words were extravagant, and although dual cultivating with Yi Wendao could indeed allow her to survive and develop very well, but she was not swayed at all. She was no longer the young girl who had bad thoughts for the sake of becoming stronger. She had already grown up and understood what feelings were. Especially at this moment, she understood very clearly. Although she did not know what Chen Hao was thinking, she had already confirmed her heart. Do you really want to die? What's there to be afraid of death? You shameless person, Chen Hao will not let you off. Ha! Do you think I will let him off? Since you are so dead set on him, then you can die. Of course, I won't let you die so easily. Ha ha ha. I'll let you die in comfort. I really want to know what expression Chen Hao will have when he finds out that his woman died under my legs. Although we can't dual cultivate, it's not bad to have a taste of your broken shoes. Don't worry, he will follow you very soon. You can meet again on the road to the netherworld. Tan Tai Lien's face instantly turned pale when she heard Yi Wendao's words, and then a strand of determination flashed through her eyes. The aura around her suddenly rose violently, and she stared at Yi Wendao with a cold and resolute expression as she said, "Don't even think of getting your way. I only have one Dao companion in the past, in the present, and in the future. I only belong to him. My body and heart only belong to him, Chen Hao." Boom! Chen Hao. Tan Tai Lien looked up at the sky and used all her strength to shout out Chen Hao's name. Incomparably firm, incomparably persistent, with longing, with reluctance, with decisiveness. In the instant she shouted out these 2 words, she felt an unprecedented clarity and tranquility in her body and mind. She no longer had any fear or regret. Do you want to self-destruct? It's too late. Condense. Yi Wendao's murderous eyes flickered with an evil aura as he spoke with disdain and strategizing. As he spoke, countless pure and domineering true essence suddenly seemed to have been lying in ambush around Tan Tai Lien, and it sealed her meridians at lightning speed. At the same time, an even more terrifying energy suddenly shook the Baihui acupoint on the top of Tan Tai Lien's head. Immediately, Tan Tai Lien felt her vision turn black, and her consciousness started to dissipate. She slowly closed her eyes, and they flickered with incomparable despair and humiliation. No matter what, she never thought that even self-destruction would become an extravagant hope at this moment. She was really scared. Death was not scary. But being blasphemed to death by this shameless person was something she could not accept. But now, she knew that it was all over. Amidst the boundless fear and despair, her consciousness slowly disappeared. Puff! A sword light suddenly appeared the moment Tan Tai Lien closed her eyes. Second update. Sorry, the update was late. A classmate came to my house to play, and he came without saying anything. What a pain in the ass. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 232. There was no dangerous aura, nor was there any explosion of energy. There was only the soft, almost inaudible sound of a sharp weapon cutting into a body. Yuan Dao felt the sword from the top of his head to the bottom of his legs suddenly become slightly cold. He saw a cold light flash past his forehead. He suspected that it was an illusion and couldn't help but lower his head to take a look. The tip of a sword was slowly being pulled out from between his legs. It was a sword. At this moment, Yuan Dao's eyes widened in shock. All the hair on his body stood on end. He suddenly activated his energy and turned his head to look. Puff! Puff! From the top of his head to between his legs, blood suddenly spurted out like arrows, shooting out like they were free. Even now, Yuan Dao did not feel any pain. Everything seemed unreal. However, the energy in his body was no longer under his control. He saw a face with cold eyes and an otherworldly handsome face. At this moment, the sword in the figure's hand trembled once more. Instantly, dense streams of coldness grew in his body. Yi Wenwen felt like his body was like air, unable to obstruct the sword at all. The astonished Yi Wendao wanted to say something, but no words came out. Crash! He suddenly felt that his head had lost its support. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw that his body was like a pile of mud, turning into small pieces 1 centimeter at a time. His head was split into two, and his eyes were separated. He fell into the minced meat. There was no pain. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that he didn't even have time to feel his own pain. It was as if he had jumped out of his body. He looked down at his physical body in extreme horror, as well as the figure in front of him who had dismembered him. Endless fear and unwillingness roared in his heart. He knew that he was finished. At this moment, all that remained was his soul. After stepping into the Golden Core realm, a powerful soul that could exist for a period of time before dissipating. His short and glorious life had come to an end. He had to escape into the cycle of reincarnation and start anew. Monstrous hatred spread out at this moment, like a gust of ghastly and bone-piercing cold wind, refine. Caw! Whoosh! At this moment, Chen Hao's incomparably cold voice, which seemed to have come from hell, suddenly rang out. Soon after, a strange cry that resounded throughout the world, rose together with endless flames. The divine beast vermilion bird formed the vermilion bird seal. Yi Wendao's soul was immediately sucked in by a strong, fearless devouring force. The nirvana heavenly flame burned fiercely. As Yi Wendao's soul let out a miserable shriek, it was faintly discernible within the vermilion bird seal. After a moment, there were no more fluctuations. The nirvana heavenly flame also slowly extinguished and returned to Chen Hao's mind. His divine soul had been destroyed. On the star-picking peak. Seeing that it was time for the 7 stars grotto heaven to close, everyone's eyes were fixed on the mysterious rune in the middle. Everyone knew that it was time for Yi Wendao, Chen Hao, and Tan Tai Lien to come out. Even though the 3 of them were still cultivating, when the 3 months were up, they would be forcibly ejected. This kind of situation had happened many times in the past. However, this, Yuan Tairan, the sect master of the star-picking sect, the many elders, and the 27 disciples who were still waiting, were extremely shocked. Chen Hao and the other 2 did not come out, but the light of the mysterious runes began to weaken, and then they disappeared before everyone's eyes. What happened? Voices rang out as everyone looked at Yuan Tairan. However, Yuan Tairan's expression was as shocked and confused as everyone else. After a short moment of silence, Yuan Tairan suddenly thought of something. His eyes shone with excitement as he said, could it be that the 3 of them broke through to the 4th level? It must be so, it must be so. Ah! Exclamations of surprise came from everyone's mouths. It's impossible to die in the 7 stars grotto heaven. The 1,000-year-old inheritance, has the 4th level finally been opened? Ha ha ha. Yuan Tairan could no longer remain calm. His expression was filled with intense excitement and joy as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he laughed to the sky to vent the excitement in his heart. Sect Master, is this true? Absolutely. Yi Wendao, Chen Hao, and Tan Tai Lien. Among the 3 of them, even Tan Tai Lien is a rare genius disciple of our star-picking sect, let alone Yi Wendao and Chen Hao. Our star-picking sect's fortune has finally arrived. Elders, follow me to ask the Grand Elder for help. As long as we can lock onto the aura of the 4th level of the 7 stars grotto heaven, our disciples will be able to cultivate on the 4th level. Ha ha ha. If I haven't guessed wrong, the 4th level is a treasured cultivation ground for core formation experts. Let's go. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. One by one, the figures disappeared on the spot and headed towards the highest palace on the star-picking peak, leaving behind a dumbfoundedly Long and the other disciples. Amazing. The 3 of them actually made it to the 4th floor. Is the star-picking sect really going to rise? That's great. Humph. Just wait until our star-picking sect rises in rank. I'd like to see how those bastards from my family will laugh at me. Ha. As long as I become one of the top 10 inner sect disciples, I will be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the 4th level. I will definitely enter. Li Long's eyes shone brightly as he clenched his fists and said in his heart. Although he was very envious of Chen Hao and the other 2, he was not jealous. He believed that his talent was not inferior to anyone else's. It was just that his great opportunity and great fortune had not arrived yet. Li Long wanted to leave immediately and go out to train. However, when he thought that the legendary Grand Elder might be coming, he suppressed the urge to immediately cultivate crazily and stayed. He wanted to see the Grand Elder's unparalleled superpower. Phew. Chen Hao took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart. He slowly walked towards the unconscious Tan Tai Lien. Even Chen Hao felt a bit of lingering fear, because he had come too late. Tan Tai Lien was able to survive because of luck. She was not destined to die. If not for Yi Wendao's lust and Yi Wendao's powerful ability that prevented Tan Tai Lien from self-destructing in time, even Chen Hao would not have been able to save her. At most, he would have killed Yi Wendao. When the phoenix's wail rang out, Chen Hao was a few hundred miles away from the 2 of them. In this mysterious space, because the energy was too thick and viscous, flying speed was greatly restricted. He heard Tan Tai Lien's voice and heard her shouting his name. He saw how determined Tan Tai Lien was about to self-destruct. However, he could not stop her in time. At that time, he was still 1,000 meters away from the 2 of them. Fortunately, Yi Wendao stopped her. He gently picked up the heavily injured Tan Tai Lien. Pure and majestic energy immediately surged out from his dantian and poured into Tan Tai Lien's body. At the same time, a strand of mental energy fused into Tan Tai Lien's mind in an attempt to wake her up. What shocked Chen Hao was that after his spiritual power entered Tan Tai Lien's mind, he could not capture any of her thoughts. Her consciousness seemed to have completely dissipated and could no longer cause any ripples. It was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. What's going on? Chen Hao's expression changed drastically. It felt as if his spiritual power had entered a dead object without any life or intelligence. What shocked him even more was that even the aura of the phoenix had completely disappeared. Chen Hao did not believe it and strengthened his spiritual power again. However, there was still no reaction. I clearly stopped the self-destruction. How can there be no consciousness? How is this possible? Could it be that her physical injuries are too severe and she's already Chen Hao's expression was extremely ugly. A bad premonition grew in his heart. Help her heal the injuries on her physical body first. At this moment, the voice of the treasure-hunting sword spirit rang out in Chen Hao's mind. What's going on? Chen Hao hurriedly asked in his mind. Her heart is dead. Her heart is dead. Chen Hao trembled all over. You don't have to be too nervous. Although her physical body is severely injured, her soul has not dissipated. However, because of her extreme despair, the will to die was born, causing her soul to enter a state of suspended animation. Because she is unwilling to accept the humiliation of being blasphemed, she would rather she never wake up. This is the so-called death of her heart. Although it's a little troublesome, it's not hopeless. Treat her body first. I'll tell you how to save her later. The treasure-hunting sword spirit said. All right. Chen Hao replied. He immediately circulated his true essence and began to treat Tan Tai Lian's injuries. Her meridians, dantian, and internal organs were rapidly repaired under the circulation of Chen Hao's pure and majestic energy. However, it was unable to match Chen Hao's freakish recovery speed. After 6 hours, Chen Hao was drenched in sweat. His face was slightly pale, and he had almost exhausted all of his true essence. Finally, he completed the repair. The unconscious Tan Tai Lian seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. There was a trace of redness on her face. What should I do now? Chen Hao immediately asked in his mind after confirming that Tan Tai Lian's body was fine. There are 2 methods. One is to eject your soul into her mind, find the soul residence, and awaken her. You can't do this method for now. You can only wait until you advance to the incarnation realm before you have the ability to eject your soul. At that time, her soul will have dissipated. Or you can cultivate the possession technique of the fellow in your mind. It's best if you can master it in a day. If you can't master it in 10 days, it's completely hopeless, because, every day, one of her souls will dissipate. If you can master it in 10 days, the prerequisite is that you must be able to awaken her last remaining soul or one of her souls. Give her the will to live and gather her dissipated soul. If you can revive her, after 10 days, her 3 souls and 7 spirits will completely dissipate. Although they will still be in her mind and have not truly disappeared, you will not be able to awaken them. Even if she can gather them one day, she will lose all of her memories. More accurately, she will become another person, like a newborn baby. Also, the reason why it's best to master it in 1 day. Because she will only be complete if she is awakened in 1 day. The later she is awakened, the more memories she will lose. Also, the damage to her soul cannot be healed. Then why are you still talking about it? The second method. Chen Hao said sternly. The second method is very simple. Yin and Yang blend. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.